Okay, so we're starting the day out at a local lake, county park, and I'm on a hunt for crappie. So we'll see what we can find. It's my first time actually crappie fishing, and I am starting with a road runner. The goal is to try to find them first, and then I'll switch over to some of the stuff that I'm hoping I can catch more on. Beautiful morning, let's get started. It's a little windy, trying to get the Aldebaran dialed in here. Okay, I can see that this is fairly shallow, so I'm going to work down the other way, down around the corner, now that I think I got the reel somewhat dialed in. Oop, this is like turning into a swamp on me. Yeah, I figure I might as well fish the bank. Even though this isn't one of the specific spots I was told to focus on, it's between them. Ooh. Okay, we just had our first hit. Oh well, we had the first bass on. Okay, so this is spot number 3. And basically my plan is I'm going to fish this spot with the road runner. It's a fairly long bank through here. I forgot my glasses, both my reading glasses for tying lures and line, but I have my regular pair. I just don't have my fishing pair. But also my polarized glasses today. So far most of the day it's just been really whipping winds. This looks like a good potential spot. It's got a little bit of a drop off there. Okay, I want to fish the lighter weight stuff, but it's just so windy. I can't control it. I can't get any distance. And there's so much weeds and vegetation in this lake that trying to fish the little road runner has not really been all that successful either. So I'm going back to the tried and true Hellgrammite today, just because I can put enough weight on it to cast it in this wind. I mean, this is crazy. I don't know if and honestly, the only crappie I've ever caught that I can recall was a couple weeks ago on a Hellgrammite. So, and the other side of it is this is a really good bass lake. So it's not that crazy to be throwing a bigger bass lure out here. I don't know if you can see the bow and the line. I mean, I just can't. That's one thing about fishing this really light line. When you get into the wind and stuff like that, I'm basically getting occasional white caps here. go. Little bass. That's okay. That's okay. It's a fish. There we go. No skunk. That was that ex-fishman offset Ned. I might have to tighten my hat so it doesn't get blown off. Trying to get that cast out there before this next big whip of wind started. I was excited to be out, enjoy some warm morning temps. I briefly thought about grabbing like a sweatshirt or a jacket. I'm like, nah, it's nice this morning. There we go. Another little guy. Same thing, I saw the line start going. I'm like, okay, boy, he's a really little guy. Really little guy. Oh. I don't know if the bend in the line shows up on the video, but they've got this big horseshoe bend in the line. Part of what I have to do is watch for the curve to start straightening out. So I'm trying to let it sink to get down a little bit. Might be a little bit better. Buddy. There's number 3 that we've landed. I know this is supposed to be a crappie fishing trip, but you gotta do what you gotta do. I have a feeling I'm not going to catch any subtle bites today. Oh. That one hit it when I was picking it up. Oh. I thought I hooked into a really nice one there. I don't know if this is a better fish or if he's just fighting nice. Just fighting nice, nothing crazy. He hit it a couple times, so he gave me a shot. Come on. There we go. Fish number 4. And it's funny because yesterday, as I was getting stuff ready for today, I said, "Yeah, I'm going out to a bass lake. I might as well throw a couple bass lures in there just to." I didn't have much, but I'm actually thinking, like, should I ever not bring the Hellgrammite? It feels like it's 10 degrees colder than when I got here. Okay, I'm sitting here trying to pick out a backlash, and that fish, this is the best one of the day. sort of funny. I thought I felt something. Oh. Okay, where's the hook at? Come here, buddy. Boy, I tell you what, sometimes they just love this hellgrammite. That's not a bad little fish. Nothing great, but not bad. Thanks, buddy. Oh, didn't mean to belly flop him like that. Yeah, so that fish, I was actually sitting there trying to pick that backlash out, and all of a sudden I felt something running with the rod. So love the hellgrammite, absolutely, but I need to get this backlash out. Yeah, I think that fish just did me a favor, because basically I came down here to get that backlash out, and it just pulled straight out. It's like, it's sort of weird, actually. This one feels better too. Oh. Yeah, better. Not giant, but better. There we go. I think that's number 6 for the day. This one's a little fatter too. A little fatter, that one. There you go, buddy. That was a pretty strong take too. Oh, missed that one. Saw the line start taking off. I felt him. There's another one. That's a little guy. That's a little guy. Little guy, still counts. I think that was 3 hits on that cast. I'm borderline shivering right now, because it's this wind is just something else. That feels decent. Might be the best one of the day. Another fat one. There we go. Nice fat fish. Come on, get out of there. That one was not coming off. Nice fat fish. Very nice, pretty too. There you go, girl. Well, the wind has died down a little bit, and sun has come out. So I'm going to fish this section that I had some success on. I'm going to fish it again and see if we can't pick up a few more. Yeah, I looked away for a second. I thought I heard something behind me, and then this little guy took off with it. Okay. What's that, number 8 today, maybe? Like I said, we're getting back into the stretch where I caught all the fish. So let's see if we See if we can't catch another handful here. Ooh. Oh, calm down. There you go, there's another one. In a way, it's kind of amazing that you can catch, you have that little flurry of fish that you catch, and then for the most part, it's just nothing else. Oh, man, first bite I've had in a while. Well, the last hour has been basically nothing. So I'm going to call it quits for the day. It's almost lunchtime, so I'm going to go eat some lunch. But hey, you know, a fairly good day. I don't know what I caught, 8, 9, something like that. Really only missed one. There was a couple that I felt, but I never really hooked up on them. So it's a good day. So the Aldebaran on the Benkei did really well. I liked the way it felt. I think considering the winds, which got to be 15, 20 miles an hour, sustained at times, I think it did really well. So, you know, we'll keep fishing this combo a little bit, and it's a little messy there. But that wraps up day one. I think this is trip number 20 of the year. It's the first fishing work day of May. And I'll put the total down here in the bottom corner, how many I caught, because I don't know if it was 8 or 9. But anyway, I'm going to hike back now to the truck, and I will see you tomorrow. Thanks for watching. Bye. You have to find them. Part of my plan was I was going to use the Aldebaran and use the mule minnow, and I just can't get it dialed in today, and I'm tired of cutting line, and I've probably gone through $15 a line so far on that reel. It's got my most expensive line on it. Anyway, done complaining. I got a plan. 30 minutes to start catching crappie. Otherwise, I'm switching over to bass. Ooh, that was a big crappie that just followed that. That was a big crappie. Maybe the crappie fishing isn't over. That was a big crappie. See one right there. He's like looking at me. There we go. There we go, is the, yes. That's not big by any means for this lake, but hey, I got a crappie. Fish number 1 after much frustration. Let's see if we can't get a few more here. Okay. Drop down to the slim swims, a little bit smaller profile. Can't tell if they're crappie or if they're bluegill or they're bass, but I can see the shadows. Sort of tight quarters casting here too. That was a little bass. All of a sudden I saw the line take off to the left, or to the right rather. Like, oh, that's got to be something. I can see the front coming, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to take this, I'm going to put the Helgramite on, and I'm going to fish back the bank, and that'll wrap up the day, so hopefully we can get more than one. Back to the same tree we started on. There we go. That feels good. If it's a crappie, it's a big one. No, it's a bass. It's a good sized bass at that. broke my rod. Okay, there we go. Oh, what a day. What a freaking day. Oh. Okay, so the moral of that story is don't try to lift even a moderate sized bass with your bait finesse rod. I like that rod too. That was one of the good ones. Oh well. We're going to keep fishing. Basically, I switched the Daiwa Alpha Air over to the Benkei back where it started. Part of me feels like this is just another bad fishing day with the Alpha Air, but hey, what are you going to do? We're going to try to salvage it and see if we can't catch a few more fish. That one hit right away, and I switched back over to a black jig head. I've been throwing white, but I was throwing black the last 2 times I used it, so we'll see what happens. Wasn't a bad fish, but just it's a bad fish for breaking my rod. So let's see if we can't finish out a little bit happier. So just to wrap up the day, every fish that I caught, every fish that I hooked, I think, was off of a piece of structure. Okay, I don't know if you say crappie or crappy, but today it was crappy. I mean, it's still better than work, right? But you know, I was out for about 3 hours, although an hour of that felt like it was tying up lines and leaders and stuff like that. Caught 2 fish, saw some nice birds, broke a rod tip. So all in all, not a great day. Weather is coming in, but it's, you know, and honestly, I broke the rod tip because I was just a little frustrated and impatient. I know not to do that, but it happens. So anyway, it's day 2, fishing every day, working at fishing, whatever you want to call it, and I think that takes the total. It's easy to count today. Takes the total for the month up to 12. So thanks for watching. I'll see you tomorrow. You know, I don't remember seeing osprey around here that often, but this is the second one that I've seen at another lake, and he was just dive bombing the water trying to get something. I think it's an osprey. There he is. Something. I don't think you can see it. It's pretty cool. Looks like a good sized bass. He's almost flying like. I don't know what to do with this. Let's see if he comes this way, or if he's taken off the other direction. There he is. Maybe it's a big crappie. Hey, it's day 3 of the May Fishing Challenge, and you know, we had some crazy storms last night. Trees down. One of my neighbors has a tree on his truck. Roads closed, power out. Feels like Ghostbusters. Dogs and cats living together, mass hysteria. It wasn't that bad, but so I tried to wait out the rain, and it's now mid-afternoon. I think the storms have stopped, although the skies still don't look too good. And because we had so much water, the streams, I drove over a few of them. They're blown out, and you know, the fish in them are probably thinking it's mass hysteria. But so I'm hiking a little bit here to one of my favorite spots. I parked on the near side of the lake instead of the far side, so I basically have to walk around halfway around the lake to get to it. But I was thinking about it. I've never used the Helgramite at this lake, so it's already tied on from yesterday. So I'm just going to give that a try, but I also brought spinner baits, which are my favorite on this lake, and I got some worms too, but initial reports from the first 2 people I've encountered, they haven't been biting today, so wish me luck. Somebody else was in the spot that I wanted to start in, so I'm just going to go down here to the other end of the dam, basically, or it's not really the dam. Yeah, I guess it is the dam that created the lake. It's all sort of riprap, and it makes sense that a Helger might probably work really well here. So I've caught some fish on Ned rigs here, but typically I throw a spinner bait in this lake. So be on the water here in a second. Well, I was expecting them to be up shallow, but not that shallow. think the play is probably going to be just to fish along the bank and work my way down. There we go. Got the first one. He's not very big, but we got the first one. This guy's been caught before. Look at there. But number one. I think that was just the wind. It could have been a small fish. A little guy. Oh, he came. Man, I definitely set the hook that time. Tapped it like 3 times before he finally took it. I mean, he was so small I wasn't sure if I still had him. I think there's another little guy. Oh, he's fighting a little bit better now. Yep, still another little guy. Okay, fish number 2 though. Oh, another one. I felt him grab that and just sit on it. So here's the thing. They are definitely up sort of shallow. They're right on the edge of this drop off. One of the reasons I wanted to come to this lake is it doesn't really muddy up when you get a lot of rain because it's not fed directly by a creek. The creek sort of runs into like a swamp area, and I think the swamp filters it out. Now it's always a little murky just because there's a ton of waterfowl, geese, ducks, stuff like that. There's fish number 3. They're all about the same size. This guy might be a shade bigger, I don't know. But fish number 3. I feel like the only bluegill type. There, that one's a little bit better. Come on, buddy. Come on. Oh. There we go. Come here. Go. Stop it. Yeah, he was pinned hard. Ooh. Quick release. Oh. If this is a fish, this feels even better. I don't think it was. So that last little snag there, the perfect situation why I really like a reel with a clicking drag, because it sort of felt like there was something there, and I was reeling and I didn't hear anything, and so it felt like I was trying to make progress on it, and so I really think it was probably just a stick or something like that. But if it was a clicking drag, I would have heard it, I would have stopped reeling, I would have waited. So just one of the reasons that, you know, for me at least, a clicking drag is good. So let's get back and see if we can catch some more fish. Hey there, future, actually same day editing Aaron. It's late in the evening. It looks like I lost some footage, so I'm going to try to figure out how many fish I didn't have in there. But the GoPro had all kinds of problems. Date codes are wrong, so I'm sorting through it right now. But I will. Every catch won't be in here, and it's probably going to be a little short. But the anyway, that's the way it happens. So I'm going to sort the rest of this out, but just let you know that every single fish was not on here, and I'm going to estimate on the slow side. Yeah, there for a minute, I was sort of, my mind was flashing to the bigger fish that are in here. I know there are 6 and 7 pounders in here. The last state survey of the lake, where they sort of check on the health of the fish populations, they found one that was over 7. And last year I saw a guy post a picture in a Facebook group, one about 6.5 that he caught here. So they're in here. Okay, I don't know how many I've caught. It's been a good bit. I didn't bring any leader material with me when I grabbed this bag, so we're fishing with no fluorocarbon leader, so it'll be straight braid to the hellgrammite. And I want to talk a little bit about durability just real quick. That hellgrammite that I just lost on a snag, it was the same one that I caught that giant bass on over a week ago. The exact same lure, like not the same color and all that, the exact same lure. I caught those 3, then I caught 10 on Monday. I caught that 1 yesterday, however many I caught today. So it's got to be over 20 fish on that one lure, and it was still in great shape. So even though the Nico plastics are, a little pricier, they are so durable. And literally, I only lose them for the most part when I lose them on a snag. So anyway, let's get back to the fishing, finish this bank, and then I'll throw on a spinnerbait and see what we can do. What was that? Oh, literally the line just snapped. Oh man, that sucked. That hellgrammite breaking off. I haven't tied a lot of knots direct to braid. Maybe I screwed up the knot. I was using a Palomar. It did look like it was sort of shredded off. So, maybe that fish got me around a rock and it broke off that quick. I don't know. There we go. Okay. Back on the catch and fish train. There we go. Sorry, it definitely feels good to catch one fairly quickly on a spinnerbait. When you switch away from a hot bait, honestly, I want to go to the spinnerbait for a couple reasons. The biggest one being maybe I'll catch some bigger fish. There's another one. And these guys aren't really bigger. Paying more attention to my speed than the movement of the rod. There's another one. There we go. Oop, hey, get back in the water. Come here. Get in there. Oh, that was a hit. Did he come back and get it? Oh my gosh. Okay, it's a dink fest for sure, but Another strike. Like almost as soon as it hit the water, this guy was on it. He's going to come up. Now he's digging. He might be the best one of the day. It's not saying much, but man, that line is so slick. Come on. There we go. Man. Trying to throw them out there a little bit deeper just to see if I can call anything in, call anything up. I don't know if there's any, you know. There's another one. It's like a little bit smaller guy, maybe. Another one. One of the smallest of the day. Boy, that was a hard hit. That was a hard hit. I actually just think they're mad at this thing. He's been caught before too. He's not one of the smart ones. Back-to-back casts. Come here. This guy hit it as it was coming up the bank. Nothing big, but this is a lot of fun catching this many. Holy moly. This guy hit it so hard he's hooked 3 times with one hook. There you go, little guy. Stay away from spinner baits. Oop. So when it's out a little bit farther, I'm just letting it sink down for about 3 seconds. When I fish it right along the break, I'm basically bringing it in right off the bat. So like when I cast it down this one, that's a little bit farther out, so I'll wait maybe a second on that one. Just trying to get it down closer to the bottom. I don't want it on the bottom. I just want it hovering above. And then if I feel the bottom, then I just pick up the pace a little bit. There was something. Oh, come on. Come on, you know you want it. Get it. If you hit it hard enough to mess up the blade. I saw that one. Okay, we're counting that one. somebody's gonna miss by one or something and be like, no. Here's how I look at it. When I get into the act of landing, so I'm putting the rod down, I'm getting ready to go pick up the fish. I'll go ahead and count it as a catch. Which is ultimately what we want, right? We don't want to have the fish out of the water for a while and do all that stuff. Okay, we won't count that one though. That was weird. I really didn't feel him on there first. I think he like caught it and was swimming with me. You know, it's one of those situations where how hard do you work to get it back? But it's the only one I have in that color pattern, so I'm going to work pretty hard. And I say that, it feels like a small one though. It's funny, he hit it multiple times. Like I felt him hit it 3 times. There we go. Another little guy. And after the last couple got off. Got that one though. Right in the top of the lip. These little guys have just got to be stacked up out there. Nope, missed him. Oh! I let that fall. Another one came and hit it. Maybe it was the same one. I feel like there's got to be one more fish. One more fish. I don't know how many I have, but we're going for one more and then that's about it. Dink or a giant, doesn't matter. One more fish. Tell you what, they really haven't been slamming it this last half hour or so. Really? Is that your professional opinion? It hasn't gone completely dead. I've had a few strikes, but they've been really light taps compared to what I was getting early on. There we go. There we go. There's the last fish. However many that is, that's how many we got today. There we go. Actually, you know what I'm going to do is I'm going to fish. I'm going to fish this section of bank basically on the way in. I really hadn't planned on fishing this long, but honestly I didn't think the fishing was going to be this active part of it. I see them. Just wanted to throw that one. Well, I don't know if it's better to end on a tiny little dink or not, but hey, it's one more. Oh, felt like a fish. Oh well. Okay, between the Nico Helgramite and the spinnerbait, which I tried to look at it to see which one that is, but honestly I can't tell for sure. I'll have to figure that out. But hey, it was a busy day. Caught a lot of fish, bit of a dink fest, but hey, I'd rather be out here catching a handful of dinks, 2 handfuls, 4 handfuls, whatever it was. Gotta watch out for the low bridge there. So this was day 3. Can't remember, this might be fishing trip number 22 of the year. Out of goal of 52. I'm gonna hit that, no doubt about that. And I'll update down here in the corner how many I caught today, because I quit counting at around 6 or 7, and what that is for the month. So with that, tomorrow the plan is I'm gonna go do some trout fishing. So we'll see how that pans out. It's going to be pretty cold in the morning, so I'm going to try an afternoon trout fishing run. Okay, so I'm out on the stream. This is day 4. Yeah, day 4 of the May fishing challenge. Doing some trout fishing today. I'm on a stream that, honestly, I checked it out like 30 years ago when I first moved to Pennsylvania. I'm like, really? This is where people catch trout? And I didn't really pursue it. So where I'm at right now, this side is stock trout waters. And then there's a bridge, and on the other side of the bridge is delayed harvest. It's sort of out in the country, but it's near a major highway, so we'll hear a little bit of traffic here and there. But I'm going to start just a little bit here in the stock trout waters, and then we're going to walk up through the delayed harvest area and try our luck today. So let's hit the water. Boy, after some of the other setups I've been using lately, I forgot how easy this Dark Wolf Ultra and Wind Shadow combo is to cast when you get just a little bit of weight on it. It's like, it's effortless to just flick it out there. I haven't really seen much yet. That's actually the first movement that I've seen over across the way, but honestly it looks like a carp. It's not a trout. I have a feeling this is going to be a day when we're putting on a lot of steps just trying to find a fish. This little spot has some water flowing into it, so probably ideally I could have come in from a different direction. Wow, look at all the tadpoles. See all those black masses? Those are all tadpoles. Crap. Well, that's not good. Oh. Reminder, clip your water bottle in. Well, at least I'd already fished that spot. Oh, that was definitely a fish right there. I saw him flash. Oh, that was another little strike. I definitely saw another fish flash. It looked more like a bass than a trout though. I'm not really committing. So I'll try one more pull and then maybe we're going to change approaches. All I know is this has been my go-to trout setup, and almost always produces good solid strikes. And today that is not the case. Okay, the Dark Wolf Ultra is not capable of throwing the 1/64 ounce mule jig with that little stonefly plastic. So I switched to another decent sized bait. It's the Panther Martin spinner. You know, it's another very popular lure for a reason. I mean, they work, right? Okay. There we go, pretty rainbow. Pretty rainbow. I can't get my net, it's stuck. Come here, buddy. Okay, he's a little guy. Come here. There we go, fish number one. Oh, that was a lucky cast. That was a lucky cast. Hey, a brownie. Look at that. First a rainbow, and now a brownie. There we go. Nice little brown. Well, like I said, that was a very lucky cast, but hey, it worked out. There was a fish there, bounced it off the log, and I'll make a couple casts in there, see what we can do. But I think switching to the spinner was the right thing to do. So hopefully we can get a few more. Oh, that one's got a stick fish. Oh no, it's not even a stick. It's like a piece of chrome. Hey, 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 hey. Okay, definitely the spinner is a better choice. He's not happy at all. He's not happy at all. Yeah. Stop, calm down. Another really pretty rainbow though. Another miss. So I moved back away from the water just because I feel like I've been dropping everything today. And here's where my GoPro battery ended up. That was a close one. Now, so far, based on what I've caught, everything would tell me that this is not going to be productive. So I'm just going to cast in a few times. Well, maybe I would be wrong. There's definitely some fish in there. Wow. They're like smoking it. That might have been my chances. I think I had 3 of them there right off the bat. Oh, there we go. Oh, that was the nicest one of the day. Okay, I don't know where my lure ended up. I think it's on my backpack. Okay, I'll say this much. There are some fish in this creek. And as per usual, my hookup rate on trout is not very good. I guess my hookup rate's fine. It's my landing rate. Okay, oh, I just saw something move. You know how I feel about fishing under a bridge. Another mad rainbow. Oh, jeez. Huh. Okay, I just about fell in. Oh, let go. Oop. He's going in. He's going in. There you go, buddy. I'm confused. So I have a sign here. It says no fishing this point. I don't know if that's intended to mean don't fish right here. Oh yeah, so there's another sign right here that says don't fish on this side of the bridge. So now, which makes me wonder then, I mean, surely that wasn't the whole stretch. And that was like next to nothing. Maybe I have to stay on this side of the bridge. That's probably where I came from. I swear it seems like there should be more. And this is a pretty short section to I don't know, I'm confused. Okay, so I'm a little disappointed that it seems like a really short stretch of stream, but I'm just going to fish back the other way. Maybe I'll go a little bit further down towards the lake. But you know, I've been out here an hour and a half, so maybe I did. I knew it was supposed to be like a mile something, so maybe I did cover a mile in an hour and a half. I was trying to move faster than normal. So anyway, so let's hit a few more spots, and I'm just going to work back to the truck and see what we can do. In fact, it sort of weaves back and forth. I can actually see the truck over there, but it'll probably take me half an hour to get there if I stay on the stream. So hopefully we can add a few more to the total. You know, I can still see the line. There's definitely a snag of some sort. That was weird. That was weird. That's 2 days in a row I've gone to set the hook. That one was on a snag, but yesterday it was on a fish and the braid just popped.
Not sure what to think of that. So much like we did the last couple trips, I'm going to just string up with just braid, and we'll see if we catch any fish.
That was a strike. I saw the fish right there at the end. Oh. Oh. Oh, that one's probably not coming back. Okay, I think this is the first spot where we had a hit. There we go. Okay, net, where's the net? Okay, I lost my net somewhere. So now we gotta backtrack and go get the net, but let's get this fish off first. Oh, stop it. Stop it, buddy. Okay, good looking fish. There it is. There it is. It's been a while since I actually caught a fish, so you know, when I lost this one right here, the rainbow that jumped a couple times, I was actually reaching for my net and I couldn't find it. And let's see if we can't trick a few more fish here. Come here. There we go. Get it out. You guys take off. That would be a nice one to end on. Let's see if there's any other water that looks pretty good here. This spot's got to have one in it. It's just got to, right? Oop. It does. I just had a hit. But now it's starting to look like it's a bit of a walk before I get to the next good spot. I think I can see it up there. Probably need to cross. This looks like as good a spot as any. That looks better. I'm going to cross over here because there's a chance that right past that other tree chance that right past that tree right there is a deep hole. And if not here, then down at the next bend. I promise. Next fish I land, that's it. Even if he's a dink. Wow, look at that tree. Look at that big sycamore. Looks like a hobbit should live in there. Definitely got to be a fish in here. Oh my word. Oh my golly. There was somebody who said something about they don't put any decent sized fish in this creek.
You know what? Holy moly. He's really not huge. He's just really healthy. Wow. Oh, nice. Nice. These trout are freaking crazy. Oh, there he goes. Come here. Come here, buddy. Okay, like I said, looks like there has to be a fish here. You know, he wasn't a giant, but he was the biggest one of the day, and actually she, I think. And man, that was a good fight. That was a great fight on the little Dark Wolf Ultra and Limerin. And hey, I swore that next fish I was done, and so I'm done. That's the end of the video. I appreciate watching. Tomorrow it's going to be raining. I'm still going fishing. And it will still be trout fishing, but it won't be on a stream. So thanks for watching, and I'll see you tomorrow. Okay, as expected, it's very rainy today. The water is sort of muddy, but not real colored up. I thought it would be a little worse out here at this lake. So that's good news. You know, part of me says I normally wouldn't fish in days like this, but just a couple months ago, I was fishing all day in the rain and had one of my best days trout fishing ever. So I don't know what to expect. I've never really done much fishing here at this lake. If I do, it's usually in a canoe, and it's just sort of, you know, trying to catch a few bass while we're out paddling. So I got 4 or 5 different ideas on how we might be able to catch some fish today. I've got the Alpha Air out again. I do have a fluoro leader on, and we're starting with the Blue Fox minnow spin. And then because the water has a good bit of color to it, I'm going to be using L7 attractant from Dynamic Lures as well. I've used it a couple times and it seems to make a difference. So we'll see if that doesn't help. So spend a couple hours out here in the rain. Wish me some luck. Here's the L7 attractant, and just paint a little bit on here. I really thought I'd probably be the only person out here, but there is somebody down at the dam. He says he hasn't caught anything yet. So I haven't seen a part of the day yet where it's not raining, but it goes between heavy rain and then this little light shower. Okay, Dynamic Lures HD trout. Yeah, I really haven't thrown this lure much, maybe at all, in a lake in still water. And so, so it looks like this with the hooks I have on it. It's got a very slow sink right now. Which means I can let it sit a little bit longer. It's almost suspending. Well, we didn't get skunked. We didn't get skunked. A little largemouth had to give him a shot. Little guy, maybe the smallest one of the year. Okay. Now we've got the Kitech Fat Swing Impact. Okay. I just don't fish the lake very often. I usually go hit the streams and stuff like that. So
Okay.
you got one already?
Yeah.
Nice.
Power bait.
Power bait? Yeah. Nice. Well, I was ready to switch over to basically a Ned rig with the donkey tail anyway, so. Okay, so the gentleman who showed up just after I did, he's already got one on power bait, which means they're on the bottom or near the bottom. So I'm gonna go to idea number 4 that I had, which is basically fishing the mule fishing donkey tail pretty much as a Ned rig. So let me get that rigged up and see if that doesn't change our luck a little bit. Now, just because I'm switching over to bottom presentation with a Ned rig style, doesn't mean I'm giving up on trout, actually. The first trout I caught this year, so I caught 3 of them back in January. I don't think I did a video of that. It was on a Ned rig, and it was just something I wanted to try. Oh, I had a hit. That was a hard hit. It was hard, short strike. I'm guessing it was a bass. I'll have to check the video. That felt like it pulled me down and actually hit the camera with the rod. It was that hard of a hit. Another little guy. Got my donkey tail all twisted up. You know, I don't think there's a lot of baits that look like this. So, you know, it could be something different that the fish haven't seen, and then you get into these busier, higher pressured areas. You give small profile, maybe a little bit different look than what they've seen. For anybody who might be wondering why I don't throw the Helgramite on, I don't think I brought any with me. I know I just said the other day, should I ever go out without it? But, you know, I want to make this if I fished with the Helgramite every single day, probably no doubt that would be the bait that I'd catch the most fish on, right? So I'm going to move over to the other side of the lake. Power bait guy, I think, just caught another one. So power bait's working, but I'm going to head over to the other side of the lake, see if I can't catch someone at this point. There's really no easy way to get directly there, so I got to go through a little bit of traffic to get to the other side of the lake. So I haven't been over here since they redid this bridge. There's a whole walkway in here. But yeah, they put in some nice rocks, and there's almost got to be some fish in this corner. There's a little bit of water flowing in. Better watch your step across these. Ooh. I tell you what, this is an awesome setup that they've put in here for people to fish. And I'm guessing that for the most part, you're not going to catch me fishing here unless it's crappy weather like this. That spells spinnerbait time. Because the water's pretty stained, I'm going with black and or chartreuse and black, but dual blade with the little chartreuse kicker blade there. Just trying to get a little bit of extra color. Be nice if we could pick up a few fish. The only couple of things that I've caught have been bass. Somebody's bobber. Oh, come on. Yeah, it's funny, like I saw that bobber sitting there. He's probably using stronger line than I am. Since I only got a couple casts with the last spinnerbait, tied on another one, something similar. I only had one of that type, but I put a Z-Man Finesse Shads. Tried a different trailer on this. I'm wondering if it, yeah, that works. I don't know, at this point I'm debating, like, do you try to go to catch a few more, or do you just try to catch one nice big fish? This almost has me wanting to run out to the other lake on the way home, just to see if it's as dead or not. Pull that big trailer off. I don't know for sure, but I sort of feel like this is a big old mud flat. So I'm going to do a quick test. I'm going to stop by the other lake there where I had the 25 plus fish that I caught the other day on a spinnerbait mostly. I'm going to stop by there just for a few minutes and just take a few casts and see if anything's hitting there. See if it's the weather, the day, maybe the bait, or if it's this lake, because I've never been a big fan of it. Okay, I don't know if that shows up. It's 4 o'clock, right? So, hey Google, set an alarm for 4:30.
Sure, your alarm's set for 4:30 p.m.
Okay, so that gives me just under half an hour. So let's see if I can catch anything out here. It's definitely been a slow day. It's so anyway, wish me luck. I had a bite on the first cast. There we go. I didn't bring a net, I didn't bring my backpack. It's just, let's see if we can use this same bait, catch some fish out. Oh. I think it was like a carbon copy of the first one. Ooh. There we go. So I don't necessarily know. I mean, you know, it's hard to keep track of how long I've actually been going and am I moving fast enough to fish this whole bank. When I get these kind of things where I gotta, okay, where are we at time-wise? Uh-oh. So I'm at almost 4:15. Number 4. Number 6 for the day. Number 4 out here. Number 5. Get my fingers over there. So one thing I do notice is the fish out here feel warmer, which means that the water is probably warmer. Oh, thought I had another one. 5 more minutes. It's sort of like making a birdie putt here. You can't leave it short, so I gotta cover the water. Okay, get off. Gotta be getting close. Oh, there it is. Okay. That's it, time to head in. Okay, so that wraps up day 5 of the May Fishing Challenge. So yeah, I think that just, at least for me, that was a real quick illustration of this lake is much better in many ways than the other lake that I was at. I don't know, it's always fun to catch fish, right? And especially if you're standing in the rain for 2 hours. So I don't know, as I was sitting there, I felt like that rock wall, although it's newer, was real similar to this one. It should have held fish, and I should have been able to catch them with a couple of the approaches that I was using. And I appreciate you watching. You know, it's been a lot of fun. And I'm looking forward to how many other fish I might catch, because however many this was today, 7, 8, 9, you know, that's fish that I wouldn't have caught otherwise. Because, you know, we have plans tonight. There's no way I would have come out fishing for 2.5 hours on a cold, rainy May Friday afternoon. So appreciate the support, appreciate you watching, and I'll see you next time. Hey there. So it's Monday and it's beautiful weather. This is day 2 of like clear sunny skies. We have an entire week of this forecast. The temps are going to be going from the high 60s to the low 80s. So I think this is when the bass are going to come up to really get triggered to start spawning. The water temperature should really rise this week. And I'm back out at the lake where I've caught a lot of small largemouth at the dam, because I figure if the fish are hitting that good out at this lake, I need to find the big ones. And so today I've got the hellgrammite tied on. I've also got some floating worms if I want to go that way. And I'm going to fish a bunch of areas of this lake that I've never fished, trying to figure out where these big fish are. So wish me luck. So this is actually the water that flows in from the sort of the initial retention pond area that the stream flows into. You can see how muddy it is compared to the rest of the water. I feel like there could be something hanging around here. And what I've always considered the retention pond part of the lake. I've never fished this side before. You know, I honestly always thought of this as sort of a swampy area, but it's got a good bit of depth to it. Okay, switching over to the Black Aurora. You know, it's funny, I was getting some of these ready the other day, and I had a new pack and it didn't look right. It was all gray instead of this nice purplish color. And then I realized that if it's not in the sun, it really does just have sort of like a smoke gray color, and it's the UV reaction that makes it purple. Okay, first decent bite. Maybe coming up in here was a bad idea. Okay, I'm gonna go back to the main lake, keep fishing this side though. I saw a few fish scatter when I came over here. They looked smaller. We'll see if there's anything in this area. Part of me says I should be trying this with the Dark Wolf Ultra, because it's probably the one that I cast the best with. For these little flip casts. This fine tail is a glass rod, but it's got a lot more backbone. And since I was hoping to come out and find some bigger bass, I didn't want to, the wind got me around that, there we go. You know, I didn't want to bring the lightweight rod out. This one's already proven itself as being able to handle a larger bass, so one little piece on that branch. Not sure if I had the camera running or not, but this is a big bass regulation lake now. Maybe it has been for a long time and I just didn't realize it. Well, my plan wasn't to walk around the entire lake today. But right now, that looks like about what I'm going to do. And I mean, I've been out here an hour and a half. I still got nothing. So I'm going to hit one more section that I identified before. Actually caught a couple fish there early in the season. This isn't the spot I was thinking of, but I'll throw in a couple times here. Okay, same thing. See a bluegill here. I need to get over this way. Talked to a guy who's planning on fishing for catfish in here, which okay, the big bass experiment is over. I'm going to tie on and go hit the spillway, see if I can at least catch a few today just to make me happy. Okay, instead of going immediately for some of the little guys, I decided I'll tie on the worm. See if that gets any attention. Oh, I could see the stick that I was bringing up. Okay, now with that, we're going to tie on one more and hopefully go catch a few little guys. It's pretty windy and choppy down here today too. Couple mallard ducks over there beside me. Okay, this was the only other spot I was thinking that I had any sort of confidence that there would be bass around. And you can see it's really not far from where I've been fishing. Well, today was definitely more of a fishing day than a catching day. That's the way it goes sometimes. I think I probably lost more lures than I had bites, and just didn't catch any today. So total stays the same. Have a different plan for tomorrow, and till then, hope your day is better than at least success-wise than my fishing day was. You know, because any day fishing beats a day working, right? I'd much rather be doing this than sitting in an office somewhere and just looking at the clock waiting for 5 o'clock to go home. So now I'm gonna head home and make dinner. Hey there, so after yesterday's skunking, I'm out at yet another new stream, and it's actually surprisingly nice looking. They just started stocking this stream, I think last year or the year before, with trout. So that's what we're gonna go after and see what we can do here. So wish me luck. I'm starting off with the dark. So there's this cool single lane tunnel, and you have to sort of honk your horn, I guess, as you go through it. I didn't do that when I came through, but so that's what the honking is. But I'm starting off with the Dark Wolf Ultra, and I'm starting with the same brown trout colored rooster tail that I finished the last trout fishing with, the last trout fishing trip with. So let's go hit the water. Whenever I hit these new streams, the state of Pennsylvania, for all the stocked streams, they give sort of beginning and end points of where the stocked section is. And I usually just pick one end and start there. You know, I don't usually have any other intel to say, oh, you should go right here. Ooh, just got in the water a little bit. I'm wet wading today because the weather's pretty nice, but ooh, man, is this water cold. There we go. There's the first one. Oh. Oh. He got off. That was a nice looking fish too. Actually broke my line. Well, that was not nice of him. Okay. Man, he was mad. Okay, I'm going to tie on a new one and hit the next one. There are like a bunch of weird snags. This is just like a big mat of algae or something that I have a hold of. Sort of sucks. Now I gotta try to get through over here, up the bank, onto the other side. Now I can see what it is. There's an entire mass of like landscaping retaining wall fabric or something in here. And I just thought it was a little bit of algae, so quite frankly, I just casted right up to it, thinking that was a good place to start, but oh, that's a pretty nice fish. Man, he's spunky. There we go. That's a pretty nice fish, all things considered. Oop, oop, oop. There he goes. Okay, now that is exactly why I didn't go after that spinner in this hole, because I just got into it and I felt like for $2 or $3, whatever that thing cost, it wouldn't be worth giving up the opportunity to maybe catch a few fish out of here. So, okay, now up in front of me in this pool is what looks like it could be a golden rainbow, but I don't know. Not sure if they stock those in here. And the other thing is, even if you can't get the golden rainbow to bite, oh, there is a fish in there. Even if you can't get the golden rainbow, in some ways they become indicators for me as to where other fish might be holding. And I think I just got one. What'd I get? Hey, this is a first. This is my first creek chub on artificial. Oh, there he goes. So I think in this creek there's a difference between green algae covered rocks, the fast flowing water, and deeper water. It's a slightly different color. Like that looks really deep, but then when I look, there's rocks that I can clearly see on the bottom. So I think it's just covered in algae. Play with it in this beautiful sunshine. Thing has a ton of flash. That was a creek chub. I saw him. I felt like this little tap. I'm like, what was that? So I don't think these slow waters are gonna hold trout, but that feels like probably a trout. Oh, get out of that, get out of that. I don't think he's still hung up. He's trying to get me down under the... Oh my gosh. I can't believe they have one that size in here. He looks huge. He's actually not all that big. I mean, he's good size, but yeah, he's pretty good size. He's a pretty good size. Nice. Beautiful fish too. Hold on. Okay, he's pretty good size. I can't quite get my hand around him. There he goes. I wanted to give him a little bit of a revival. Let's see if we got anybody else under the bridge. Oh, there's another one. Same thing, I'm trying to get, there we go. This is a little guy. This is a little guy here. There you go, little guy. You're good. Okay. I really hope that the video was running, because I just caught a really nice rainbow. It was a really good fight. And I looked down to save the video, and I caught a small one. So I just caught 2 fish back to back out of this spot. So hopefully those are on video. If not, I got a picture of the bigger rainbow, and I'll throw it in here. Oh, dadgummit. Lost another one. Be nice if I could find a couple more of those spots where they're all piled up. There's part of me that wants to fish these sections like this, because there's definitely some depth there and there's some current, but I haven't had much luck, at least with bait finesse equipment. I haven't had a whole bunch of luck trying to pull fish out of spots like this. Oh, I just had a hit. I'm not sure if it was a trout or a chub. Whew. Saved it. So I had another creek chub following it, and I went to stop. I tried to put on the brakes and just about went. This is another spot where I feel like there's almost got to be trout there. All right, creek chub. So it's at fish number 5, I think. Oh man, he got all 3 hooks. That guy just, look at that. That guy has all 3 hooks in his mouth. Okay, so I'm getting close to being at the end of how long I wanted to stay out here. I'm gonna fish this pool, maybe go down and see if I can find one more, and then fish my way back up. It's not a whole bunch of places to hit on the way back up. Hopefully we can add a few more to the total. And in some ways, this little ledge and all that stuff, it looks almost like I'm up in the mountains. I barely think that, boy, look at all the flies here. See if I can figure out how to get through here without getting wet. Man. I'm starting to question whether I can get through here or not. Looks like if I go down here first. Oh, I don't know if the flies and the bugs are showing up on the video or not, but there is a crap ton of them here. I don't know what they are. I would guess that if you were fly fishing, this would be a good indicator of what you should be fishing. Oh. Hey, we made it through. Whew. And then I almost promptly fell in. That was a trout. That's a little shiner. Creek chub. Please don't be completely hooked up. That is the smallest fish of the year, for sure. Oh my gosh, there was like a gazillion creek chubs that converged on that when it hit the water. That was crazy. Oh, that feels like a decent fish. That's a decent fish. Oh, he got off. Dadgummit. There for a second when that fish got off, I thought I'd had another one that had broke me off. The fact that I've had a few break me off like that, I think I'm probably gonna go back to tying a leader on. It's always nice when you cast into a hole and first cast you hook up, right? Makes you feel like, hey, you did what you were supposed to do. I tell you what, they put some nice fish in here. So So I know that one was on video, but that's about the size of the other one that at this point I'm still not sure if it's on video or not. Ooh, I just had another big fish follow. Big fish. I was going a little extra slow there. That was a big shadow that followed that. It's not the fish that followed it before, but I'll take him. Ooh, do I get a brown? And you get a brownie. Nice, come here, come here. No, come here. Oh, very nice. Very nice. Nice brownie. There you go, bud. Okay, this hole seems pretty good. Pretty good. Let's see if we can't pull a few more out of here. This will probably be the end of the day. There's a little guy. Is that a creek chub? Creek chub. Creek chub. There's another hook. Is that just a big creek chub? Big creek chub in spawning colors. A little bit prettier. A little bit prettier guy. That was a trout. I saw him. There is a trout in there. Okay, I'm going to come down and fish that productive spot. At least one of the two most productive spots of the day. I'm just going to come down and fish it from a different angle before I head back. I just watched a trout follow that almost all the way back. And it's like he just couldn't decide. Okay, so that's going to be it for today. I was really tempted to stop and hit that one spot, but I'm just going to pass, leave them for somebody else. So whatever I caught today, 8, 10 be my estimate, somewhere around there. You know, I had those couple that broke me off, so I need to run a leader. And maybe what I'll do on this line, on this rod, maybe I'll put some monofilament on it. We'll see how the Darkwood Ultra does with mono, because in this kind of fishing, I'm breaking off quite often. And when you're using a light braid, you know, and even a moderate leader, it seems to me that most of the time I'm breaking off at the braid and not on the leader. So every time I get a snag, I'm retying, and I'm just trying to maximize my time on the water. You know, even just doing straight braid, I caught plenty of fish, and I'm getting plenty of hookups. Maybe I catch a few more with fluorocarbon leader. You know, who knows? But anyway, there's a total down there at the bottom, and I will see you tomorrow. Oh, it's always fun starting off a chilly morning, putting cold, wet socks on your feet. Hey, good morning. It's about 8:30 in the morning. I was hoping to get out here a little bit earlier, but it took me a little while to find an access point. This creek that I'm fishing today is the same creek where I caught the big bass a couple weeks ago. You know, I'm just trying to find another access point here that, in the first place I went, it looked good on the map, but it basically would have been rappelling and then mountain climbing out of the spot. So I'm going to start here, fish upstream. From here I can get to where I stopped last time. This is a fairly deep stretch. So I'm starting the day with the Aldebaran, and I have it on a rod that I just picked up, the X Pride. This is an older rod, but
It's by Shimano, and I tell you what, the hopefully the sparkles show up, but the blue sparkles in the paint actually go pretty well with the Aldebaran. It might be a little early for top water, but we'll give that a try. And I've got a lot of, this is more of what a lot of people would call a power BFS setup, but Shimano patented BFS, and I think they have it trademarked, and they're the only ones that can use it. So, they're considering this a bait finesse rod. It is on the upper scale. It's like 5 to 15 grams, so like quarter, 3/16 of an ounce to maybe 5/8, 3/4. So those are the kind of baits that I have. Of course, I've got my Ned rigs, Hellgrammites, leeches. So the idea is to fish upstream. I'll fish with other baits, and then I'll probably switch over to the Hellgrammite or something for the way back down. So wish me luck. See if I can make my way up past this deep spot so that we can work upstream. Maybe we can stay in the stream bed, but I really don't know. A pretty heavy chatterbait. It looks great in the water. It's got great action. This is a custom that I got from a guy on Facebook actually last year. Okay, I think I'm gonna have to save this section of creek for when the water is not quite as high. Maybe it's warmer. I don't mind getting wet up to my chest or something, because it's all deep water. There's obviously a lot of snags, so I'm gonna see if I can fish it downstream. So now I got to scale back up out of here. Boy, I tell you what, this section of creek very hard to get to, and the water is moving so fast that I think even if you had a kayak, it would definitely have to be a float trip. I'm making my way down in here. I may still be stuck. There comes a time when you've just had enough messing around and you just want to catch some fish, right? So due to that, the water being so swift and deep in the lower section that I wanted to fish, I've come up here to fish above the last section that I fished. I know that it starts off at least, wadeable for me. And I've gone to the trusty Hellgrammite. I just want to start catching some fish, It's been an hour already this morning of my fishing adventures, and I've had nothing but frustration. So let's go catch some fish. Oh my gosh. Okay, I guess I should get in the water here. I think I'm actually going to climb out here. This looks like maybe a deep spot up here behind this tree. I'm not sure. Let's climb out here. Okay, that looks like it'll hold. That hole does look like there's a bit of a hole there. Okay, so here's the deal. It is simply too deep and too swift and too cold today, water-wise, for me to fish the upper section above this as well. So because I'm here, I'm going to probably fish 2 other sections of this creek that I've already fished. Partly because I want to see if the water is up a little bit higher than what I thought it would be. Where I thought I could cross, it was actually there was a bunch of logs, and that's what I was seeing. I thought I was seeing bottom, but it was basically a bunch of logs underwater, in swift water at that. So it just wasn't a safe spot. When I'm fishing by myself, it wasn't a safe spot to cross. And when you're coming up on it, that kind of looks like a giant fish trapped in the tree. I have like flashbacks to
Crocodile Dundee or something. Okay, so I feel like part of the struggle today is this water's up. I feel like this whole spot in front of me was gravel the last time I was here. So if that's the case, that could be part of why I've been struggling to find some spots to fish in these other sections and why they're so deep. Yeah, so this section should be exposed, and it's calf height, maybe top of my calf. So whatever that is, an extra, water's up 18 inches today, approximately, from what it was last time, and that's not even summer flows. Hey, what do you know? We finally got something. Looks like a nice dark smallie. Come here, buddy. Woohoo, the skunk is off. There we go. Fat little chunk. Well, today it's been a little slow. That's probably an understatement, but I'm going to fish back upstream. I have one more spot that I want to hit. You know, since the water is up a little bit, we're going to run with the Kitech swim bait. This is the black shad color. Fish this for a while before I switch back to a different color hellgrammite, and I'll probably do that at the next location. There we go. Oh, there's a fish. That was a fish that took me down into something. This one feels good. Oh, he's just in the current. That's funny. Man, he inhaled it. There's number two of the day. So that's the tributary that I'm going to go fish next. The water is definitely up. You know, it's funny, this log was right here across this bank the last time I fished it. When the water was up last week, it moved that big tree out of the way. Oh, that was a nice hit. Yeah, he completely messed up my little swim bait. Oh, there was another bite. There we go. It's a good fighter. Oh yeah, nice fish. Nice fish. Actually, not that nice. Just, oh wait, come here. Just nice and fat and healthy. Get you out of there. Okay, well, let's hope we're on to something here. There you go, buddy. Boy, that was a nice feeling cast. and it paid off. There we go. Another little smallie. Come on, buddy. Think. Feels like a better fish, but it's always hard to tell. These guys just fight so hard. Oh yeah, that looks like it's a little bit better. There we go, another one. It's one of those things, I don't know if they're just sort of hold up in the lower part of this right here because of the swift water out in the main stream. They're going to be all through here. There's another. Oh, he got off. You know, he hit it twice. He hit it once. I waited. And he came back for it. Oh, that man, this feels like a good fish. Oh my gosh. Stay on, baby. Stay on. Man, is that nice. Okay, so the answer is they're all up in through here. Oh, there was even another little one with him. God, this is a beautiful fish. This is a beautiful fish. Oh yeah. Nice. Oh my gosh, that's a nice little creek smallie. That is nice. Okay, buddy. There you go. Go tell some of your friends. Well, we went through a lot of baits, a lot of locations. At this point, the Kitech Fat Swing Impact is getting it done. Okay, we're gonna switch out the swim bait and move upstream. I don't think I've had any hits up here. And as I say that, nice fish. Nice fish. He grabbed it so hard. He grabbed it so hard it felt like a snag at first. I was actually questioning whether or not I had a fish. He was not getting off. Oh man, is that a fat puppy. Very nice. Okay. Let's see if we can't find a couple more out of this little channel. Oh, I thought that was another one. It was something. It was something. So that was moss. That was a bunch of moss. This one feels smaller. And he is. Come on, buddy. Let go. Well, let go of it. I've had you unhooked twice and you clamp back down on it. Oh, look at the snake going by. Just trucking along. Ooh, now he sees me. I was thinking that since I caught so many so quickly down towards the lower stretch that I'd get right down here near the mouth. Like that little pool looks like they're just hanging out down here. It looks like they should be piled up over there. They're really trying to get out of the swift current. Well, there's one. Come here, little buddy. Ooh. Little guy, not really what we're after. Where are you going? He doesn't know. Oh, look at that. Took my tail off. Oh, this feels better. This feels better. This definitely feels better. He's digging to get back in the current. Definitely a strong fish. I can't do a whole bunch with him yet. Ooh, nicest one of the day. Oh yeah, nice fish. Oh, he's heavy. She's heavy. Nice, very nice fish. Okay, well that was worth coming down here for sure. There you go. Wow. Okay, that was a dangerous cast because if I hook something, there's no way I'm getting it out of those trees. That was pretty stupid. Okay, a couple more casts and that's it. I have other stuff I want to get done today. But it's been a good day. Actually, I'll do there we go. There we go. I don't think he's that big, but boy, he's swimming right at me. He's not that big, but we got one more. We got one more to wrap up the day. One more little smallie. Oh. Okay, there we go. Whoop. Hey, so that'll be it for today. I wasn't even counting. I have no idea how many I ended up catching. Probably somewhere around 10, but you know, I'll put the total right down here. You know, it ended up being a good day. It was frustrating the first 2 hours. What I catch 2 fish out in the main creek. I tried 3 different areas, I think, of it. and it was a struggle. But some days you just got to keep working and think like, okay, what's plan B, C, plan D? I figured I'd come up here, and what I end up finding is this is where the fish are piled up. This is where they came to get out of the current. I was trying to find some of the slack water in the creek, and they moved into a completely different tributary. So, and then the Aldebaran, I think I finally got it dialed in today. I'll be doing a review eventually on it, but I'm really starting to like it. And on this X Pride rod, I feel like I found my my favorite bass rod at this point. We'll see. It did amazing today. I only had maybe 2 little backlashes, and those were both when I was playing around trying to get a little bit more out of it. And I got a lot out of it today. I'm very pleased. It became almost effortless. So that'll be it today. I appreciate you watching. This challenge is becoming a lot of fun, and I mean, it's always been fun, but now it's just sort of like, okay, I'm hitting different areas, I'm trying different things, and you know, the swim bait, Kitech swim bait, got it done today. So I don't know what I'm doing tomorrow, but I'm gonna go fishing somewhere, and hopefully you'll join me. Okay, we're starting off the day with another downhill descent. Let's see if we can get this piece of glass out of the way. Hey, good morning. So it's what is this? It's day 9 of the May fishing challenge, and you know, yesterday's smallmouth action, I had so much fun that I wanted to do more smallmouth fishing, and I thought, hey, what better place to fish for smallmouth than the Youghiogheny River in my area? I mean, it's a great stretch of water. The you know, the flows are still a little fast. I came to a spot that I've never fished before. If you know the spot, you know the spot. It's a fairly well-known spot, and I don't know how much I'll be in the water, again, just because of the flows and it gets deep, but I'm gonna try to fish this little section. I really plan on fishing a lot just right here in this one spot. So we'll see what we can do. I'm gonna start with the Helgramite. I've got the Shimano Aldebaran on the X Pride again. So wish me luck. Tell you what, the flows are really moving. Okay, well, I'm gonna try to learn from yesterday, and the water's really ripping pretty good through there. So I just climb back up the hill, and I think about 1.5 miles away along the trail here, there's a spot that I know of that has like a little bay, and it should be, it might even be behind a little island, I can't remember, but it might be a really good spot to catch some fish in the conditions that we're in. So I'm going to give that a try. Hey there, Mr. Goose. I think I've stumbled on a goose nest. I need to figure out a way through here without getting attacked. He or she is looking right at me like, what are you doing? Let's have a nest over there. So that's pretty cool. Okay, that spot that I wanted to fish was over 2.5 miles away, not 1 mile. And I'm here, but the problem is this sort of calm looking water and these rapids over here. You know, this is, whew, water's nice and cold. I don't know if I should have got in because I have a lot of walking to do on the way back. But the spot that I want to fish is out there. This area right here is typically where I would fish from, and it's underwater. So, you know, we're going to do what we can here. I walked over 2.5 miles, so it's going to be a 5 mile round trip. I think I just saw something jump out there. So maybe I'll work up along this edge. It should be nice and shallow, and see if I can't pull something out of this. It's definitely a little calmer here than it is the rest of the river. Even the little stream that I had to cross to get over to this side was knee deep. There's usually nothing in it. There we go. There's the first one. So they are in here. Boy, this looks pretty good too. Oh, well, this was not planned. This was not planned at all. I got myself my first walleye of the year. This was not planned at all. There we go. Woo, thick fish. Not what I was planning on catching here. Look at that guy. It's not a bad fish. I mean, he's tiny for this river, but cool. There we go. Don't know what that was. He thumped it, and then I waited. So I've seen fish all the way out there on that edge. Which I know is just a bunch of round, I don't want to say pebbles, rocks, because it's where I've fished from in the past. And then it drops over that little rapid there. But probably the first 100 feet of rapid is usually not wet. You know, that's where I walk and fish. That feels like a bass. Come on, baby. Oh, it's another walleye. Are you kidding me? Let me get over here. This one might be a little bit bigger than the last one. Come here, buddy. Yeah, I see you. Another nice walleye. Let's get you back in the water. Well, this is definitely not what I was expecting. It makes sense, but hey, this is cool. Those are nice fish. Hopefully I can lock into a few more here. The state record walleye was caught out of this river, I think at the end of last year. So it's not a surprise at all that there's some walleye in here and they're quality fish. Let's see if we can get on to some more. Sometimes it can be a problem to have too much confidence in a bait because you don't switch away from it as fast as you probably should. And I know I'm going to throw something other than the Helgramite, but got so many hits right off the bat, landed those two quality walleye. And I feel like I'm just going to have to stick with it till I get through this hole. even though things have slowed down a little bit. You know, I've had 3 or 4 little strikes, which kind of leads me to believe there's a lot of fish in here, and if I throw something else, in fact, no, it's walleye in here. I was going to go to a swim bait, but I'm thinking maybe throw a leech on. This might be the first time I've had the Nico leech on during the challenge. It's probably one of the first times I've fished it this year, to be honest with you. Man, that's train number 4 today. Since I've been standing here. Okay, well, the Kitex did well yesterday. This one's on there a little funky. Kitex did well yesterday, so I figured might as well throw it on there. I've only got I think 3 new ones in 2 different, like 2 in one color, one in the one that the black shad that I was fishing yesterday. Another good feeling fish. Oh, there's the smallie I've been after. There's the smallie we came out here for. I'm like standing on my own shoestring here. Oh, come here, come here. Oh, good looking fish. Oh. Whew. Oh, I can barely keep my feet. There we go. That's a nice little York River smallie. Get down here where I can get into the water. Okay. Okay, now see if we can get into a few more of those. Okay, we're going to the Mega Bass Dark Sleeper. Haven't used these much. The one I remember using it once, different color. I definitely caught a few fish on it. Probably back in February or early March. I was sitting there thinking like everything has been on the bottom. Even the swim bait. I caught that smallie trying to get down to the bottom. And I was sort of just crawling it right along. If this doesn't sort of light them up a little bit, and the last thing I've got, I'm just going to throw on a spinner bait. It's a great casting lure, I'll give it that. Now you know what, that Dark Sleeper is as weedless as they get. I really did not think. Well, so much for that. I guess we're gonna go spinner bait if I get nothing there, because I was gonna fish that a while. You know, probably the downside of that Mega Bass Dark Sleeper is it's a $6 or $7 bottom contact bait, and in that case I think I got 3 casts before I lost it. So I do have a couple lots of AliExpress versions. They're about $1 a piece, so I'm looking forward to comparing those and seeing how they do compared to the other ones. But I'm going to throw on a spinner bait, give that a try, and then if that's not doing anything, maybe I'll throw on a different Hellgrammite to wrap up the day. First cast on the spinner bait. Oh man, nice smallie. Let's get over here where I can try to land him. First cast. Boy, with this muddy bank, it's been tough to land these fish. Right in the roof of the mouth. Came right out of there. Come on. There we go. I don't know where we're at camera wise, but I don't think we can get it. There we go. Another nice quality smallie out of the Yock. Okay. I don't know, the fish feel extra slimy down here today. Glad I head back that way. Starting to feel like basically what I need to do is just tie on a new bait, throw it a couple times. Tie on another one, throw it a couple times. Oh, there was a nice bite. I mean, not real nice, he hit it. So while I was tying on the Helgramite, a bass jumped just right here beside me. Just right down here in the water. It's almost like he was like, hey, hurry up, get that in here. We're hungry. And it's always nice to try to end the videos on a catch, but that may not be the case today. I was just thinking that other than maybe the black aurora that I caught the walleyes on early, you know, the smallmouth seemed like they hit natural colored stuff. Thought maybe that orange was too much for them. But I don't know. That one fish out there just driving me crazy. I'm guessing it's the same fish over and over. Wow. Wow, that was big. That's so cool. He jumped in front of me again. It's a carp, looked like. I'll zoom in on that for the video. Wow. Wow, that was big. Another nice smallie to wrap out the day. Come here, buddy. Oh. You know, on any other day it'd be like, wow, that's a nice fish, but he might be the smallest one of the day, but it's probably going to be the last one. Okay, so this was definitely not the day I expected, but it was a great day. You know, the Shimano Aldebaran with the X-Pride, it did amazing again. I feel like I sort of got here right at the end of the morning bite maybe. So maybe early next week I'll come out to the same spot. I'll bring the bike, I'll get here earlier in the morning and see if I can't catch some quality fish in numbers. But we had 5 today, 2 nice walleye, 2 really nice smallmouth, and then a third one, which was pretty good. So I'm, you know, it was worth the walk. I need the exercise anyway. So like I said, I think I'm going to put about 6 miles on this trip. But tomorrow I'm going to a spot that I passed on the way here. I've never been there. I saw it, looks like a good spot. I don't have much of a, well, actually, yeah, there's a plan B, probably 15 minutes from that spot. So it'll be probably trout fishing, would be my plan. And other than that, hey, thanks for watching. This is great. I'll put the total right down here in this corner today, and I'll see you tomorrow. Bye. So I'm sure that goose is still there. I got to get past her, but I'll see. You know, in this area of the state, I got to keep an eye out for snakes because they're rare at this elevation, but there are rattlesnakes out here, so just have to watch. And there's my friend the goose. I'm going around, Mama Goose. Okay, time to make the trek back. Okay, it's day 10 of the May Fishing Challenge. I'm on a body of water that I didn't really know existed. Now that I'm down here at it, I really can't believe how much water there is here. I believe there's trout in here. Obviously, a lot of people know about it because I had to go to 3 different sections of this little stretch of creek that I thought, okay, well, I'll pop in here and give this a try because there are people parked all along it. I'm not sure what the name of the body of water is. It's not on my list of 150 or so good places to fish near me. So we're going to give it a go, see what happens. Today I've got the Lemmer and Wind Shadow with the Dark Wolf Ultra, but I've switched out to Verivis Twitchmaster very low stretch nylon. So basically it's a monofilament, and we'll see how this works out. Good news is there's no leader needed, so maybe I'll have won't have any losses. We'll see what the hookup rate's like. This is deep, slow water, so I'm just going to cast out, and I tell you what, first cast was pretty awesome. I can feel the spinner moving pretty well on this. So if there's a loss of sensitivity going from the braid to this, it's not that much. I did turn the brakes up a little bit initially. Same Panther Martin spinner that I finished up the last, oh, and there's a backlash. Okay, so I am going to turn the brakes up. That was my concern with mono, that it does, from what I understand, it does tend to backlash a little bit easier. So, ooh, this is a pretty good one too. So I'm going to turn the brakes back up. Holy moly! For what felt like a pretty good cast, that was I had to pull half the spool off of that. I do hear what sounds like maybe gunfire out in the distance. It could be somebody working, but it sounds like gunfire. So maybe there's a rod and gun club that stocks this or maintains it or something. I'm not sure. Oh, there was something following it. It's like he swung at it a couple times. 1, 2, 3. So I'm trying to give this like a 3 count. Let it sink down just a little bit. Okay, so I switched over to the Ryuki Spearhead, little minnow bait. I think this is like a 37 size. Oh. Well, now he's upset. Okay. There's fish number 1. I'm guessing that's a little brownie. Sort of a weird looking fish. There you go, buddy. Okay, I got fish number 1 out of the way. Sort of thought the fish might be really aggressive today. But so far the couple follows and the one fish that I've had have been on pretty slow retrieves. Now, none of the water that I've seen has much flow to it. So I don't know if it's all still like this. I'll fish this pool. It does look like people fish here quite a lot. I'll fish here for a while. And then not too long, because I do want to cover a little bit of it, but I know once I head upstream a little bit I'm going to run into other anglers. Let's see here, how's this going to go? Ooh, okay, I'm starting to worry there. Ooh, that one was a little deep. Ow, what was that? Oh my gosh, that hurt. Some sort of briars or something that I just ran into. Oh my gosh. That hurts. I mean, it's like stinging. Oh my gosh, is that painful. Okay, I'm gonna go back here in a second and get a picture of this plant. Somebody tell me what it is. This plant right here. I think it was that one up there, but it's the same plant. I mean, like my leg is burning. Just not having much luck. I think what I need to do is probably move a little bit faster. I am not impressed. It has the feel, and I see some people with like rod holding sticks propped up, you know, for props. Oh my gosh. Okay, well, something big just jumped over there, but it, you know, it could have been a carp. I, you know, wish I wouldn't have turned away right after I said, oh, I need to start moving faster. I don't remember if I finished what I was saying, but this feels like more of a bait stream, you know, like you're gonna put power bait out there or something else. The guy I came up on as I was working up the stream, he hasn't had much luck either, but he said I think it was his father-in-law, had some bigger minnow baits, and he did pretty well. So I don't have any bigger jerk baits today. I almost grabbed that box too, but I didn't, just because I was thinking this was going to be much smaller water. But what I have is the minnow spin, because I was thinking about fishing a spinnerbait on the way back down. This is one of those spots that almost feels like with the carp that are jumping. There might be smallmouth or rock bass or bluegill in here. I haven't seen anything. But come out here with some worms. Okay, we're pretty much back where we started. And the gunfire starts again. Okay, last ditch effort. I'm just trying to, pretty close to burn it through the water. Okay, and I started thinking about, well, what else do I have that I might be able to throw? And I thought about the rattle trap. I figure they may not have seen this. Well, I think that's going to do it. A little bit of a disappointing day. Wasn't a skunk. I caught one, so that's cool. You know, and with that, it's the weekend. So a couple days I'm going to go out, and unless things change, I think I'm heading back out to the same spot where I caught the walleye and the walleye and the smallmouth, and I'm going to get out of here before I get some stray gunfire and ends up being a really bad day on top of how it's already been. So totals down here in the corner.
Hey there, it's Monday, May 16th. It's day 11 of the May Fishing Challenge. During that challenge, I'm going fishing every work day instead of going to work like most people do. Today it's a little after 7 in the morning, maybe 7:15. I've got the bike with me today. There are storms coming. The skies look nice to the east, and to the west it looks horrible. So I've got between 1 and 2 hours before the storms hit. That's part of why I brought the bike, but I also wanted to get to this spot. This is the same spot that I was at on Thursday, where I caught some nice walleye and smallmouth, and I'm going to see if I can't trigger them today. It's a real quick look. Here's the bike. It's motorized electric bike, something I put together myself last year. And today I'll be fishing with the Aldebaran and the X-Pride again, and you can see I've got it mounted on a nice little rack there. So it's time to hit the trail. Of course, we still have the noisy geese, but already I can tell the water is much lower than it was just 4 days ago. It's actually almost normal right now. So this is the little stream right here that when I had to cross to get over to that bank, that this stream was about 1.5 feet deep. As I said, it's usually like non-existent. And this pool is where I was catching them. And I was catching them right up along here. So I'm not sure what to expect today. You know, with the water conditions being completely different, it only took me like 8 minutes to get here instead of almost an hour. Okay, so this is shallower than I expected. Well, shallower than I was planning today. Wondering if there's anything maybe hiding down in this little pocket over here. You know, initially I had my first 3 lures planned out, but that was based on the water being different than what it is right now. And I'm hearing a little bit of thunder way in the distance, like, you know, it's like that low rumble. It's not like it's anywhere close or anything yet. And honestly, this was bait number 3 on the plan, which is the Hellgrammite, the Black Aurora Hellgrammite. So just because I you know, I'm really not sure how long I'm going to have to fish. Maybe the weather is moving in a little faster. At least want to try to make sure I catch a few. Because bait number 2 was a jerk bait, and I was planning on fishing it against, sort of across the current in a way, but with the water down much lower, well, now it becomes more about just trying to fish this pocket. Man, it's getting oh, holy crap, guys. Okay, I'm gonna pack up my gear because man, this storm is moving in fast. That's the line that has sort of come up out of nowhere. So we'll see if we can get any more fishing in. I hope that blows over. But just in case, I'm going to be ready to roll. So, can we pull anything out of here in what might only be a few minutes? sky turned really dark, so we're gonna try to hoof it back up here, find some shelter, because this is looking pretty rough.
Want to wait this one out a little bit? Which way did you come from?
I came from the west, so which is where, you know, where it's coming from. So
Yeah, sorry about that.
Okay, today's fishing trip, it really didn't pan out. What I thought was going to be an hour and a half or 2 hour window ended up being less than 15 minutes. I'm soaked, and you know, when I planned this, the only thing that I figured would keep me from really getting a good fishing trip in is thunder, and this has been a pretty wicked storm. So I hung out with a couple cyclists who were getting out of the weather as well for maybe 45 minutes, waiting for the first big cell to pass through, and then I rode the 2.5 miles in the rain, and didn't think this out real well. So this could be the end of the video. I'll see if maybe I can get out tonight. We'll see. But it's supposed to be thunderstorms all day from here on out, which is why I was trying to beat it. So if I don't get out, it was a 0 today. Total hasn't changed, and if I did get out, it's coming next. Okay, so maybe the good thing about the storms coming through earlier is that there's a little gap in the weather. So I came down to just one of my favorite spots near the house. Another guy was pulling in the same time. I talked to him, and we're both okay. So we're fishing around each other. So let's go see if we can catch a few fish today to make this video maybe a little bit more interesting. Carp right along the bank already. Water's up a good bit from the last time we were down here. So there's carp over there, and just scared some there. And the Aldebaran got pretty dirty on the ride back, so let's just dip it down in the water here. Just try to rinse it off a little bit. I'll have to clean it up pretty good here later. So when I was down at the Yacht, I was basically tying on a chatterbait. So we're going to throw a chatterbait here. A little chilly right now. The water feels warm. If I get too cold, I can just jump in the water. Ooh. Little muskrat or something swimming out there. Ooh, little muskrat or something swimming out there. There's a lot of fish activity right now. There was, I think it was if I remember correctly, it was a fungicide spill. I think they think it was from one of the golf courses. That was last year. Oop. It'll take a couple years for them to get back to a decent size, but they move up from the river a lot. I caught a 22-inch largemouth not far from here, down in the creek. Sort of surprised me. It was in fast water, so I think they're moving up already. But little Helgramite, soft plastic, just fishing it on the bottom like a Ned rig. Okay, fish number 1. Hey, there's the rock bass. Mr. Rock Bass. I know these guys are in here. There we go, fish number 2. Boy, they feel warm compared to me. Look at the duck and the little ducklings. Oh, there's a couple more in there. Hey there, Mama Duck. Look, there's carp right here in front of me.
You ever have one of those days where like you just can't get things tied on the way you want them? It took me forever to get this swim bait on, and I'm still not thrilled with the way it got rigged up. Switched over to the Z-Man Slim Swims. Oh, that was probably a stick. Probably a stick. Oh, I don't know what that was. That sucks. I never got a chance to see him. It was a real light hit. It's one of those I wasn't even 100% sure he was there. I have no idea how this... Oh my word, that was a nice fish. I'm guessing it was a nice smallie, but I don't know for sure. I got a little bit better hook set on that one. Well, unfortunately, he wasn't nearly as big. Ooh, this little guy, look at this. This little guy has another hook in there. Come here, let me see if I can get that out for you, buddy. Yeah, I definitely can. He's a hungry little guy. Whoa. Oh, come here, come here, come here. I thought I had him and then... Come here, buddy. Come here. There we go. Another fish. I think that's number 4. Plus the big one we missed. You know, I knew you were going to do that. Okay, fine. Get in the water. That daggone fish, he was flipping around so much that ended up breaking my line, which is better than breaking the pole. Well, hey, managed to catch a few today. I'm still a little cold. It looks like maybe the next round of rain's coming in. So that'll be it. I don't remember what I caught, 4 or 5. We'll throw it down there in the bottom corner. And appreciate watching. I'll see you tomorrow. Okay. Back out at the lake today. Going for some bass or maybe some crappie, I figure. Getting towards the end of the possible spring crappie bite, but figure I got the Helgramite already tied on this pole, so we're gonna throw it out there a few times. It's a little windy, probably not a surprise, but it's another. That was something. Okay. We're going to keep fishing the spot a little bit.
I'm fishing the die with Silver Creek today on the Major Craft fine tail glass. I've put the PE4 line on it, so it's probably somewhere around 9-pound test. And once again, I come out to this lake and we're dealing with wind, and at least it's warmer today. Just about fell in. Hey, what would a fishing video be without me almost falling down and falling in the water? And the first spot I was going to hit, somebody's already in, so we'll just cast in here and see if we can find anything. Can definitely see some smaller bass patrolling around here. Any luck today?
Buddy, I just got here.
Okay.
About 10
Well, there you go.
minutes ago.
Nice and wet today. Ooh. Gotta try to get through here today. Okay, it is definitely much wetter down here than the last time. Which part of why I'm here is because the creeks are pretty much flooded out too, so. So far today on the Helgramite, the couple that have picked it up, they've literally just picked it up and given me no real sign that they're there. Well, that time I thought I had a sign. It looked like the line was taken off. Got a bass on a bed right out here. Oh, and that wasn't the one, but I'll take him. That was not the fish that I had my eye on. I was casting out past. Oh, okay, fish number 1. There you go, buddy. Okay. There you go. I think I see a little, not a little actually, I think I see a bluegill down here. Ooh. It could have been what I felt before, it was a little bluegill tap. So maybe what we'll do is we'll, see what time it is. Basically, I try to fish down for bass. Maybe I'll come back up and something smaller for bluegill and crappie. Oh. Yeah, I'm thinking there's a lot of bluegill. I'm getting these little taps. What are you guys doing? Are you caught? Come here. Here, can I help you? Come here. There you go. Had some fishing line. The blackbird was caught in it. So what I was saying is I don't know if that was a knot failure, if it was a line failure. When I went to retie, the line did have some fraying pretty well up the line from where it was tied originally. The lightweight lure is not working out, partly due to the wind, partly due to the rod. So I'm going to come down here and see if I can sight fish some bluegill. See how they react to the Donkey Tail Junior. So admittedly, I'm not getting a ton of distance here, but It is a very light lure, and the rod's probably not the best suited to it. I think it was in this stretch I was seeing some decent sized bluegill, so I figured maybe if I could try to get some of them worked up. And actually, I don't know if that was a bluegill or a bass that just took a swipe at it there. That was a bluegill. They aren't quite taking them all the way down. There's all kinds of bluegill beds in here. There we go. There we go. There's a bluegill. Oh, there's a bluegill. Pretty fish. Ooh. 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 Did you see that guy run? There you go. Another shrimp. Boy, these are good looking fish. Okay, I feel like I'm gradually getting this dialed in for casting really lightweight. There's another one. Boy, these guys are running. All right, let go. Another one. What are we at time wise? 3:46. Oh. Seems like the hungrier, more aggressive bluegill are out a little bit farther, so as I've been able to, as I've been able to get this dialed in for a little bit better distance, I've been able to hit more aggressive fish. At least that's what it seems like. So. It's actually kind of crazy how far that's casting that. Oh, nice little gill. Oh, this one's really pretty. Oh. Oh, he wanted it. He really wanted it. Oh, it's wrapped around the line a little bit. Like, what did he do? Oop. Oh, well, it landed in the right spot. This got to be a bass, right? Okay. I'm gonna say the bluegill wouldn't jump like that. But I tell you what, you gotta be careful with these light lines. Anytime the fish starts flopping around, maybe I should just start using a net all the time. Tell you what, that little bass just throttled this thing. I feel like everything got all out of whack when I dove for that fish. And the real reason I was trying to get him was that he still had the lure in his mouth, and I just didn't want to leave that in there, you know what I mean? I mean, part of me didn't want to lose it either, but it's really more about not letting him swim away with it. I'm just finding a few at a time. They've mostly been down around this stretch. I have confirmed that at least small bass will hit this. Tiny little micro bass there. If I caught him, he might have been the smallest fish of the year. Ooh, hey, there's a crappie. That's actually what I was hoping to catch out here today. Come here, you spiny little sucker. That's actually what I was after today. Maybe I found a little pocket of them. Let's hope. There we go, another crappie. Another crappie. Come here, little guy. Another one. He's a little guy. He's smaller than some of the bluegill. Wind's blowing a little bit harder and I can't really keep up with my line at this point. It seems like the wind is just blowing the lure back into the shore fairly quickly most of the time. I'm actually wondering before I go through this stretch if I can get through the woods up there somewhere, but it doesn't look like it. Overhand casts are not my thing. Okay, well, that's going to be it for the day. You know, I'm not going to go so far to say that these modern bait finesse reels are completely self-correcting as far as backlashes go, but that's the third time, at least twice on the Shimano, and now once on this one where I have a big frustrating backlash. I decided to just reel it in. There's the one time I had a fish that hit while I had the lure out there. But I decided to just reel it in. Oh, what's that? Turn to look at it. There's definitely a shadow of some sort down there. But anyway, like I was saying, I reel it in, and what do you know, I go to cast out, and that time it took a couple casts, but each time it improved the backlash situation. And I really should go home and start dinner. My wife's not going to be thrilled that she's probably going to beat me home today. I tell you what, like, I had a lot of hits there for maybe half an hour. I caught pretty much all the fish, it seemed like. Now I'm in the mode of I want to catch one more to end the video. Okay, this is the spot I wanted to fish first. And the guy had just gotten here. And as I was getting ready to cross that mud puddle, I saw him leaving, so an hour, and I got a snag right off the bat, so that's probably going to end the trip. Hey guys, that's the end of the video today. Caught a couple handfuls, I think. Probably what, 3 or 4 bass, couple crappie, and maybe 5 or 6 bluegill. But probably the biggest thing is I was able to get the Silver Creek dialed in to throw 1/32 ounce jigs with some really small soft plastics. I mean, you saw the size of them. So, and it was casting them out there pretty good. So that's really good. This rod is not a super, it's not an ultralight action rod as far as sort of the whippiness. It's not really supposed to be able to cast down to 1 gram, but I was doing pretty well today. I didn't have great control. But anyway, so we'll put the total down there in the corner. I don't know how many it was today, 10-ish is probably my estimate. And I had fun crappie fishing. So guess what? I think tomorrow I'm going to give it a try again on a different lake. So thanks for watching. We'll see you then. Hey, honey. Hello?
Hello, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you now. And I'm just heading off the water now, so I was hiking back to the truck. And I wanted to call you and let you know in case you got home before I did, you weren't worried about me.
Hey there, it is Wednesday morning. This is day 13 of the May Fishing Challenge, and I'm out at another somewhat local reservoir. It was about an hour and 15-minute drive. When I left the house, it was in the 40s, but by the time I got here, it feels like it's already close to 60 degrees, nice and sunny. And so we're going after some crappie again today. And I'll take whatever else come across, but I'm really hoping to eventually have one of those days where I find a group of crappie and I catch more than 1 or 2. So wish me luck. Let's go hit the water. Oh, and we're using the Silver Creek again today, and I'm starting with the Mule Minnow, the 2.2 size. So let's go hit the water. Really don't know where to fish, what to expect. Oh, well, looky there. This is the first perch that I've caught this year. Oh. So that was an unexpected surprise. This feels nice, whatever it is. Oh, there we go. Wow. I wasn't expecting that. Wasn't expecting that at all. Hey, look, I got a net today. Oh, that was fun. I mean, not huge, but that's a healthy little fish. That's nice. Awesome. Okay, well, I've been here a few minutes. We've got a bass. We've got a perch. No crappie yet, but that's okay. Well, that's a crappie, but man, is he little. Look at that little guy. I don't know, is he smallest fish of the year now? He's pretty close. Didn't need the net for that one. Hey, that looks like a bluegill. Got 4 fish, 4 different species at this point.
I don't know what that was. Came flying. Once it came loose, it came flying right back at me though. I'm like, what the? That's another decent fish. Oh, that was another nice bass. Ooh, come on. Oh, come on. That was one of those where the jig like wrapped around the branch when it. Okay, so the day's off to a pretty good start. That was another nice bass that I just lost, and then I threw it into the tree. I think I was a little wound up trying to get too close to there. The good news is the leader stayed on, and I think I figured out something with my leader failures that I was having. Once I'm sure I figured it out, I'll share that soon. But you know, this lake so far, I've been out here maybe half an hour, probably right around there, and it's been pretty good. And there's some nice bass here, so I'm going to take a look at the map and see what other spots of the lake I might be able to get to easily, and I'll probably still keep fishing this section a little bit. Ooh. So if I can get down here where I can cast the way I want to and not completely sink into the water. Pulled up the map, pulled up Google Maps, and it's just sort of looking, you know, like, okay, come on, I can see the stick this is on. You've got to come off of there. I was going to say, fish can come off easy. Why can't that? I may be playing with fire trying to fish down here. Pulled up Google Maps. You know, of course, I've never been here before. I've heard of 2 different lakes being mentioned in this area. And when I looked into it, there were some people that, you know, some posts online and stuff that basically said they're the same lake. It's just 2 different names for the same place. I'm like, okay, that sort of makes sense, right? So when I put it in my GPS, I put the one in that showed up. Oh man, it's tough to fish here. I'm trying to get in here because I feel like there's some bass right up here. Basically, when I pulled up Google Maps, I found out there are actually 2 different bodies of water. And where I'm at right now is not where I had intended to be. So with that being said, I'm trying to fish this little area that may not be worth trying to fish because I basically have no room to cast. And I can't underhand pitch this lightweight. So I'm going to go back over, fish this other little area a couple times, and then I'm going to probably head to the lake that I intended to go to. Oh. And there's my net. This is not the lake that's supposed to have much in the way of crappie in it. Oh. Oh, there we go. Another bluegill. He took that. I think that's a bluegill. Yep. He took that while I was trying to get the backlash out. That backlash was left over from when I was trying to flip it. Okay, I think it's about time we get this all cleared out and get back to fishing. There we go, another little bluegill while I was fighting a backlash. Oop, come here. You know, I almost put it right back in that same tree that I put it in the last time I was over here. And there is a branch over there. I don't think that shows. Oh, there we go. So this time the knot at the jig failed when I was snagged on the bottom. So that's good. Made really good progress on the FG knot. I'm going to head over to the lake that I intended to fish. We'll see how that goes, and it's not far from here, so if that doesn't pan out, I'll just come back here and maybe I'll switch over to targeting bass specifically. So, see you on the next body of water. Yeah, this looks like it drops off a little bit. So this could be, let's try this spot. It's funny, I can see a bass. It's not real big, it's probably about 8 inches. He's right in front of me, right towards where my line will be heading. I mean, literally there's like a miniature school of bass sitting there looking at my lure. Oh, I can see the rock that I'm caught on. Come on. I think I'm actually, oh, there we go, pulled off. I actually moved the rock that time. Okie dokie. So the mule minnow didn't seem to be generating too much interest at this lake. So I decided to switch over to the donkey tail. I tell you what, that donkey tail on the 1/32 ounce jig head, it sinks so slow. Okay, I see a crappie right in front of me. So I know I'm in about the right spot. Okay, so I wasn't recording for this one, but like second cast with the Donkey Tail Junior. Got this nice crappie. My thought was if they didn't like white, I'll switch over to black. And I was just commenting that there was a little bullhead catfish that was up in the shallows, and then I saw some really nice dark shadow right before the sun went in, but I was sitting here and I was playing, you know, I saw that other crappie right in front of me. I'm like, okay, well they're in this area. There we go. Well, there's a little bass. There we go. Yeah, so it seems like black versus white in this water. Keep fishing back down the other way. Ooh. I was lucky that didn't get, that was a bass that, same thing, he didn't really grab it hard, he just, then once I felt him, I was like, okay, well, I guess I thought it was a snag at first. Okay, because sort of confirmed black is working, and because I want to try to stay off the bottom, I went to another popular crappie bait, the Black Roadrunner. Honestly, because there's been so much bass activity today, even though I wasn't really armed for bass, so to speak, I probably am not going to be able to leave without throwing the Helgermite on. It's one of those moments where you question whether or not you should have just stayed where you started. You know, it was an accident. It wasn't where you were supposed to be. But you were catching fish. You were having fun. There's a little bass. Another little bass. I think I saw a little crappie on that one. Definitely saw a bluegill too. So I haven't had a single hit on the Helgramite either. So I'm thinking, I think the only two fish that I caught, maybe I had three. I can't remember if that bigger bass was on the Donkey Tail Junior or not. I think it was. Okay, last thing I'm trying at this lake is a donkey tail. It's one of those things where I see a lot of fish. I'm trying to assume that there's more out a little bit deeper. Okay, I think I'm about ready to head back to the other lake to finish off the trip because there was more fish activity and a lot less human activity. Okay, so apparently the spot that I could see, and this looks like I'm in the right spot, was it's basically the dam, and it's got a couple points here. This looks like an old road bed. So thought I was getting a bite because I'm actually in the water already. So I'm going to fish around these couple points and see if we can't pick up a few bass to wrap up the day. So it's been fun. Hey, you know, it's beautiful weather, but I feel like I should have just stayed here. That's probably a little bass. Well, looky there. There's the crappie I've been after. Oh. Okie dokie. Nice looking fish. Small, but okay, let's keep fishing this and see if we can find a few more. Oh, tag coming. Okay, so that's going to be it today. I lost a lot of lures. I caught more fish than I lost lures, at least. I don't know how many I caught. I'm going to say in that 10-ish range again. We caught a lot there early, and I had those couple bluegill. So probably 10-ish. But I tell you what, this was nice. I ended up, like I said this morning, at a lake that I didn't intend to be at, but I really like this lake. It's got all kinds of points and structure and all kinds of fish activity and not much people activity. So I'll probably have to come out here again sometime this year. Based on the early morning bass, it seems like there could be some good sized bass. I caught one decent sized crappie, so who knows? Anyway, I'll put the total for the month down here in the corner. And with that, I'll see you tomorrow. I don't quite know what I'm doing tomorrow, but I'll figure something out. Okay, so the plan today is I'm going to do a little bit of urban creek fishing. You know, there's more water here than what I thought there was going to be. We'll see how it goes. But I'm definitely going to fish this one little stretch. See if we can't catch maybe some panfish, maybe some smallmouth. You know, whatever we can catch. Still got the Daiwa Stream Custom. And I'm still using the mule fishing tackle. I figured I'd just having fun using that, so let's see what we can do. Got to work my way through here. So let's see what we can catch down here in this in the middle of a local town. I wasn't recording. I think the only thing probably missed was an absolute giant, like 4 foot plus long water snake that just scared the heck out of me as I was trying to get to where I wanted to really start. I'm assuming he's up in the rocks a little bit, and I won't have to deal with him much. But yeah, that was a little scary. So far, I haven't seen anything. I haven't had any bites. Really hasn't been much at all here. Close to where I saw that snake, so I'm just trying to pay attention for him. Tell you what, this is a lot swifter than I was expecting. I may have to, I'm still going to try to fish with the really lightweight one here for a little bit. But once it gets into the current, it just sort of takes off, so I may have to change my plan. It's almost like fishing topwater. It's so high up on the water column. Okay, well, I don't want to take forever, so let's switch to the Helgramite and see if we can't fish a little bit swifter water here. There's the first one. Oh, did he just throw that? Nope, he's still on there. That's a nice fish. Oh my gosh, I really wasn't expecting anything this nice. With this current, it's a little bit of a battle. Okay, fish. See where he is here. I feel like I'm starting to wear him down a little bit. Due to the lighting conditions, I really can't see him. Can't really see my line much even. It sort of blends in with the water. He's got to be getting it close. Oh, now I can pick up the line. He's just swimming right up the current on me. There we go. That's where I was trying to get you. Trying to get you over here into this a little bit more slack water. You know, he's probably not as nice as he looked from a distance, but man, in the current, this fish was something else. I felt him tap it, and then I sort of waited on him just a little bit. That's a nice little creek fish for middle of town. There you go, buddy. Nice. Okay. I think that's about the same spot I caught the other one in. So, oh, there was something there too. It might be a little bit farther down there than what I think. It's fine, because I really thought that, like, right around in here there would be one. Okay, I'm going to keep working upstream now. Keep an eye out for that big snake. Now, I'd always thought of this as like a little slow flowing stream, but you know, it seen a lot of minnows, I'm seeing crayfish. I sort of checked this section out pretty well on the way down. It didn't feel like it was real promising. I know that that's a tough spot to go through there, so we're going to go through this way. Oh, what the heck. Let's we'll fish this spot a little bit more. Tell you what, it gets really deep in spots fast. It's deep enough that I would think there would be fish in here. Oh. It's almost got to be a small fish. Oh man. Guessing maybe a rock bass. I think I had my drag set a little low. Oh, maybe not. Holy moly. Come here, get out of the rocks. Come here. Oh man. Wow. Oh, he's got a mean looking eye too. Yeah, that's why it took him a few tries. I think he's blind in one eye. Look at that eye right there. Look at that fish. I mean, he's long and skinny, but that's a nice fish. There you go, bud. Man. Man, he's so bad. He's just sitting down there looking at me like, go ahead, throw it in here again. There he goes. There's another one. That one feels smaller. And that's the rock bass. And I think the hook already came out of his mouth. Come here, Mr. Rock Bass. Oh, you're extra slimy. There you go. Nice little rock bass. I'm all tangled up. I'm just going to let him go. Sort of fat. Whew. That was just right down below me, and you know, there might be a little undercut on this rock. Wow, that's pretty impressive. It's a bluegill on the Helgramite. He's had a few chunks taken out of him too. He's a fighter. I think just about everything that lives in this creek has to be a fighter. Okay, I want to go fish this other spot up here that I definitely saw. This is kind of a cool spot because it's got almost like natural steps leading down into the water. It's pretty shallow over there. Ooh, something followed it though. There's definitely something in there. Seems like he's right over in here, whatever it is. I can't just like cast down in there and pull them up like I would with heavier tackle. It's one of those things where I'm really expecting the smallie to be sitting in one of these little spots. Just waiting to ambush anything that comes out of the falls. There it is. I didn't get a great hook set on him. I don't think he's that big. Oh, he's another decent sized fish. tell you what, this little creek has been pretty amazing. He's fighting so hard, I might have to chase him a little bit. There you go, swim back up in the water. Come on, be good. Come here. Okie dokie. Oh man, heavy fish. Heavy fish. Look how fat that fish is. There we go. Oh, nice little bronze tiger striped smallie. Thick fish. Really hard fighter too. There you go, buddy. That's nice. What time is it? 4:39. I'm gonna hit that pool just a couple more times, but I think that's probably it. It seems like each one of these pools has really had one decent sized fish, sort of like the king of the pool. And that's all I've been doing, is just trying to find the one fish. Because after I catch the one, it seems like there's not much else left. And then it lets the little ones start hitting. So I don't know, maybe there's a small rock bass or something in there. Okay, well that's going to be it today. I wanted to come out and hit this. I figured there wasn't a whole bunch of water, but honestly there were 3 pretty good smallmouth out of this little stretch of water. And to think that there's a lot of people that after work could just come down here and go fishing and catch some good quality fish is pretty cool. So I think I caught 5 today. We'll put the total down there in the corner. Tomorrow, got something fun planned that could either be really exciting or it could be a bust, but we'll see how it goes. Ooh, oh, just gotta get up out of here. Okay. You know, the problem with this idea of urban creek fishing is that I gotta sit in traffic. So over half of my time getting to the spot has just been standing still. On a Thursday afternoon, like it's not even like anywhere near rush hour. This is crazy. Hey there, today we are doing some topwater fishing. I really haven't done much topwater ever, but I do understand that it's a potentially viable option when bass start coming up on beds to spawn. We're right around that time right now. I was out at this lake earlier in the week, caught some nice bluegill and a few bass, but I did notice a lot of bass in the shallows, and I talked to a couple other anglers who said that the area that I was fishing is really one of the prime places that bass are going to spawn. So I thought today we'd give some topwater a try. I've got the Aldebaran and I'm starting with a whopper plopper. I have an assortment of different topwater stuff to try. It's already in the upper 60s, basically at sunrise. It's going to be close to 90 today. It's going to be in the 90s tomorrow. And also had a full moon this week, I think. So this should be when the bass are really getting keyed into spawning. So let's see what we can do. There is a lot of grass here, so this may not be the ideal place to be trying to use a whopper plopper. I'm definitely seeing some panfish activity. I never know exactly where to walk through this section. It feels like you have to switch lanes almost, but that time it's not as wet probably. Well, so far we're not plopping any whoppers. Plopping nothing.
when I look at my options, ultimately I've only got 4 styles of top water. So I've got the poppers, I've got one spook, I've got the whopper ploppers, and then I've got a frog. So okay, we'll try the Zara puppy. And if I get 0 interest on this, the early morning topwater experiment has come to an end unsuccessfully. So switching to the Nico Helgramite and we'll see what we can do. Something was hitting that as soon as I threw it in there. Well, first I was thinking crappie, but with that little run, I'm thinking bass now. I think he has me down in this tree. He has me under the tree. I think I got him. Come here. Oh. Okay, there's fish number 1. Helgramite comes through again. Fish was a fighter. Don't feel any nicks on the leader, so. There's another one. There's a little guy. Little guy. I went to go reset the hook on that one because he sort of hit it. And I jerked him right out of the water. The way he hit it, I actually just thought there was a little bit of grass or something I was hung up on. I've never fished this far into this lake, so we're going to keep exploring. Something small, probably bluegill. Could be crappie though. Let's give him another shot. Okay. Keep walking, see when I can get back to the lake. So I've got a few bass so far. I'm walking down this old road bed. Went up over a hill. It's a little bit of a long walk, but I'm wondering if it connects with a spot that I fished earlier in the month where I caught a handful of bass, even though I was after crappie. So I can see the water ahead of me finally, and you know, it's basically just been all woods along the shoreline. Great place to access by boat, I'm sure, but no access for no easy access, even remotely easy access. See what's up here, see if I can get my bearings of where I'm at. This is a pretty big lake. It's by far the biggest lake in the area that I fished. See where this leads me, then I'll probably turn back and start fishing for panfish. And I haven't checked the weather forecast in a few days, but that looks like rain coming. So I'm way away from the truck at this point. So if it rains, I'm getting wet. Okay, I don't think this brought me out remotely close to where I thought it did. Maybe I should check my phone, see if GPS. This looks like a really shallow area here. A lot of weeds. Not sure what that is out there. I'm guessing it's carp spawning. Might be what I've been hearing. I'm going to check the map here. See if I can figure out if I'm close to that other
bank. Based on the map, it might be just around the bend here. So I'm gonna check, I'm gonna keep hiking, go around the bend and see if it indeed opens up over here. You know, when I see big fish sort of splashing around and spawning like that, you know, you just can't help but get excited. A little messy here. Okay. You know, and you sort of like, ooh, what is that? I'm pretty sure those are carp over there. But nothing else is a really good exercise. I'm guessing I probably hiked over a mile to get from where I stopped fishing to where I'm trying to get to now. Yeah, it's all shallow, and look how muddy it is. That's definitely carp activity, I think. Here's something out here in the water. Let's see if we can see what it is. Oh. Yep, that's carp. So cool. At least I think it is. Tension drops in the video at this point, then I'll know that most people don't think it's cool. Ooh. Snake. I don't mind the snakes. They startle me when they take off like that. He definitely looks like he's keeping an eye on me. Ooh. Boy, that scared me too. That figures in the time that I switch over to a really lightweight lure, the wind really picks up. Well, the hike wasn't productive, so I'm gonna head back to the other side. Hopefully, it's starting to rain. Hopefully I'll be under the tree canopy for a little while and I won't get soaked, but I think I'm gonna end up soaked by the time this is over. Across the log here. It's gonna be hard to flip this sucker. Yeah, that underhand toss is not going to work for me in here. Missed him. Oh, oh man, that's a big crappie. Come here. That might be my best crappie ever. Oh, it definitely is. Holy moly, that's a nice fish. This, oh. You know, I didn't even feel him, to be honest with you. I went to pick it up and he was there. There we go. Very nice fish. Okay. Let's see if we can catch a few more in here. There's another one. Hey, calm down. Number 2. Part of me feels like I should go back and fish the other side of this tree, so I'm gonna go do that. Ooh. Okay, well, if I catch something here, it's gonna be risky. Okay, maybe this is all a sign. Don't try it. Yep, not a high percentage play here. I can't even see where my line is, which is the I don't see the jig, I don't see my line. If I could get the branch so I could grab a hold of it. Okay. Take the hint. Do not try to fish that spot. There we go, something got that. Another crappie. Ow! Oh man, these things are spiny. You got me pretty good. Smallest one of the day. Actually, smallest crappie, because I think one of those bass was smaller than that. So, give him some credit for being bigger than a bass. It's starting to pick up a little bit. I haven't even gotten to the spot where I wanted to fish for the bluegill. Shame, because I feel like the fishing's starting, at least I'm starting to get it figured out. There. Okay, well, into the wind is stupid. I mean, it's always difficult, but right now with this little light line, it's really hard. Let's pull up the radar, see if I'm going to be able to wait this out. Okay, it doesn't look very promising. There is a little gap coming. There was one. That was a nice bluegill too. That's what I was looking for. You know, fishing in the rain and the wind, it's sort of hard to do some of this really light finesse stuff, because basically I just have to rely on the fish completely taking it at this point. Come on, bluegill. Maybe they don't like the minnow. Oop, oop, oop. Or maybe I just haven't found them. Maybe I just haven't found them. Oh, this is a pretty fish. Pretty fish. Pretty big fish too. You ever seen bluegill pea? Look at that fish. Okay, so when I checked the weather, there's definitely thunderstorms coming in soon. And I heard a little rumble of thunder off in the distance, so that's probably going to be it. I may hit a couple spots on the way in. This is basically week 3 in the books. There's one more full week and then one day. 26 days in the challenge left. Oh, there we go. There's a pretty nice little brown trout. Oh, he inhaled it. There we go. Nice little brownie. In there. Okay, let's go down and fish this other little pool that I saw the heron fishing. And if nature's ultimate fisherman was fishing it, we should check it out. I was just thinking, like, I really don't have the right shoes on to be climbing down around the oh, there's nature's fisherman. Look straight ahead. There's a heron in that pool. I've seen these guys catch trout before. I think I actually want to fish the next pool down past him. I don't know if he'll stay there or not. Look how big these birds are. And he's giant. Right, he'll fly away here soon. And they are big birds. I don't have any trout stuff with me. But I figured I'd stop. It paid off. I got one brownie. And, with that, that's the end of day 15, right? Yeah, day 15. So, thanks again for watching. I'll see you next time. Oh, another little mama duck with some ducklings. Well, you got a lot there. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Hi, yeah. I'm not going to bother you. Yeah. Hey there. So it is Monday. What is today's date? I don't know. Is it May 21st maybe? Somewhere around there. May 23rd? I don't know. I don't have my glasses on. Anyway, it is day 16 of the May Fishing Challenge. I'm hitting a trout stream. It's a stock trout stream that I hit a few weeks ago. I really liked it. So I basically decided to stop out and see if I can't hit some of the same holes again. But this time I'm using the Dynamic Lures HD trout, and I've got the Silver Creek out. And I'm really going after some bigger fish. I saw some really big shadows when I was out here. Hooked into a couple nice fish as well. So I'm going to see if I can't target the bigger fish in some of these fairly deep spots. And so I'm just going to sort of pop in between spots in the truck, and I'm not going to walk the entire length of the stream this time. So wish me luck. It seems like the stream might be a little bit lower than it was the last time I was out here too. So that probably makes these deeper spots even more important. There's one. First cast. First cast. First cast, and it's a nice rainbow. Woohoo! There we go. Oh, and the lure is out. So let's get a good look at this fish. He's not that big really. I'm just going to let him go because he's free. There we go. Well, that was awesome. That's exactly what we're looking for. Very first cast. There's somebody fishing spot number 3 already. I figure I'll come up here and hit spot number 2. I tell you what, now you can tell that it is a lot clearer than it was the last time, because I can see a lot more of the bottom on this one. And this pocket is not nearly as swift as it was the last time. I don't remember only having one hook on here, but maybe I did. Okay, well, nothing there. I think the other guy might have left. Looked like something flashed at that. Saw something take a swipe at that again, so I need to cast past that current, I think. And of course, putting on some of my L7 attractant. Let's add a few more fish to this day. It seems like I've had a few fish, show interest in the darker one. I just figured maybe if we change the color a little bit. And actually this one with 2 trebles instead of just 1 single hook, it'll get down a little bit better too. Oh, there we go. Uh-oh. Oh. And I got into somebody's ball of string here. Oh. Okay, there was something chasing it there. So we might have some fish down here. I don't know what they were, but they looked trout-ish. Well, you know what? After the first 5 minutes, this seemed like a great idea. Ooh. I don't know if that was a trout. If that was a trout, he was a little guy. Don't know if it was a trout or a creek chub. There it was again. Looks like a little trout. Yeah, I'm pretty sure that's a small trout in there, because I think I just got to look at him again. It's just, how do I get a drift that gives him the time that he's looking for to bite? It's probably one of those times where a fly fisherman has a big advantage, because you can just drift it right there through to him, especially once he shows himself. Oh, there was something. I think it's a little creek chub. Well, hey, at least caught another fish. Which was my most successful pull the last time out here. Throw in here from the opposite direction. See if working upstream helps. That I must have just hit the water conditions perfectly. I was a little excited there. The way you hit that, it's like, yes. It's just another little creek chub. All right, just go hop down and start fishing underneath the bridge. I like to make sure nobody's fishing on the other sides of it. So it's been about an hour since I started. I'll cast in here, see if there's anybody else willing to hit. Trout?
What are you catching?
Trout.
You, oh, sorry.
It's okay.
I want to fish here one day. So thanks.
There we go. See something else down there too. Oh. You still have a hold of my lure? Yes, you do. Okay, come here, buddy. Oh, well, that's not what I was trying to do there with him. There we go. Fish number 2, little rainbow. fish is flipping around so much. It's got me all wrapped up in my net. Well, that fish, when he flopped out of the net, he got so tangled up in the hardware on the net that basically I had to break the line. It's the way this one works out. Caught a rainbow on the first cast, caught a rainbow on the last cast. Bunch of nothing in between, a couple of creek chubs. So that's the end. I think 4 fish, that's all we got today. Tomorrow should be another trout fishing day, going after some wild brook trout. First time I'm ever targeting wild brooks, wild trout at all. So appreciate you watching. I'll see you tomorrow. Hey there and good morning. It's day 17 of the May Fishing Challenge. It's a wonderful Tuesday morning. I am up in the Laurel Highlands of Pennsylvania, which you can probably tell by all of the rhododendrons. They're just all over the place. Today I'm starting by going after some wild trout, brook trout specifically. This stream was told about by my wife's cousin, so I don't know, we'll see. Completely different style of fishing in a way for me. At least it feels like it, because you know they're native wild fish instead of stock trout. But we're gonna see what we can do. So today I've got the Dark Wolf Ultra, and I'm going with something that looks a little like a woolly bugger, basically a little hair jig. You can see this is very skinny water, so I'm just gonna walk and see if I can figure out where there might be some fish. Okay, you know what? I almost brought my fly rod today. I haven't fly fished in a year. We'll just have to see what we can do here. Anybody who's experienced fishing in these kind of streams is probably going to tell me I'm scaring fish left and right, and you could be right, because I really don't know exactly where to find these fish. I'm trying to keep an eye out. I'll learn as I go. You're going to have these runs. And every once in a while you're going to come up on some deeper pools. And that should be where the fish are. But I'll tell you what, this water is frickin' cold. This little waterfall up here. Ugh. I don't know if I'm going to be able to do this all day long or not. Oh, well, we had the first one. Oh. Ah. Okay, the little hair jig has been really tough to control, so I'm switching to the spinner. The thing, I haven't even seen a fish yet, other than the one I hooked, so. Okay, this has been tough, I'm not gonna lie, but we're gonna keep walking upstream for a ways, and I want to see if I can get a few wild brook trout, but definitely I don't have the right skills, I don't have maybe the right gear or the equipment, right approach, just never doing it before, but we're gonna keep trying. We'll get them figured out. And who knows, there could be a gazillion fish that I've walked past and through. And I think that's probably the case. Basically, I gotta find the next sizable pool. Just don't know where that is. Okay, maybe it's here. Oh, there was definitely a fish in there. Ooh. He came out and took a swipe at it. He's a little guy, but at this point I just want to catch one. You know what I mean? Oh. He was on. It might be the only one. Okay, I'm guessing this is maybe my next best chance. Yeah, there's definitely fish in there. That was a hit for sure. Okay, so I've been crawling upstream for about an hour. You know, not really sure whether I'm supposed to go upstream or downstream. It's been a struggle. I have had a couple hookups, so now I'm going to work down, try to fish those pools that I ran into on the way up, and then I'll work downstream a little bit farther and see if we can't land that first wild brook trout. There was a fish in there. Pretty much like I get one shot at these guys. And once they make a play at it, they figure out it's not what they want. You know, obviously I had these visions of having a great day brook trout fishing and catching a bunch of them. At this point it just becomes catching one. I just want to catch one, and then I got a couple other bodies of water I'm ready to go fish. If you ever fish a stream and you've been at it for a while and you've traveled so far, you're not really sure if you're near where you came in or not. I ain't done this stuff look familiar. Yeah, I'm close to where I started. So let me see if I can find a few spots downstream. About halfway through the morning. And basically the plan was brook trout in the morning, something else in the afternoon. I drove about an hour and a half to get up in here. I definitely didn't get hardly any action on the way back down, so any holes that I had already been in, they were pretty much shot. This looks like a good spot. And this spot feels like a classic spot that I would catch some fish, and I mean it's so deep. Come on, stay on, stay on. Oh, there we go. We finally got one. Again, he's a little guy, but like he can almost make it through my net. But look how pretty these fish are. Nope, 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 nope. Stay in there because I want to get a nice picture of you in the light. Oh, he's gone. Dadgummit. Okay, we got one. I was trying to get a good picture of him, and he slipped through the holes in the net. He was so small, but he was probably only 4 inches. But it's not the point. I got one. Hopefully we got some good video footage of him, and let's see if I can catch a few more. Ooh, that's a nice fish. Oh, is that a nice fish? There we go. There we go. Got a second one. Make sure I get a picture of this bad boy. I'll tell you what, the releases on these things haven't been too graceful. Okay, I sort of came up on this spot a little fast because I was trying to get through some trees. There we go. There we go. They seem to be getting bigger. Oop, hey. Obviously, I don't have a good brook trout net. Once again, my releases are horrible. Okay, this stream is getting bigger as I go downstream, which makes sense, but I mean, it's happening very quickly. And I've caught 3 now. That last one was trying to get a picture of him, but my first priority was keeping him as healthy as possible. So I've got, I don't know, hour and a half or so. I rode up to work with my wife. She works in the mountains, so she's up here pretty much every day. I'm about 20 minutes from her office, so I'm gonna fish this stream until basically lunchtime. So we'll see how many more we can catch maybe, and then after that I'll figure out what I'm gonna do this afternoon. The battery in the GoPro died, so I don't know where that cut off, but I missed a really nice fish. He just hit it, but I saw his shadow because he sort of coasted back across a rock. So sort of makes me a little hopeful that maybe I can catch a really nice brook trout now. And I got 3. I think this is one where get up and go around. Well, I came up on some private property, streams posted. So, I don't know, about 3 hours, I think, trying to figure things out. Literally the other side of that bridge was posted, so I didn't fish much with the rooster tail. So I'm gonna head back to the vehicle and see what we might want to do next. Okay, I gotta meet my wife for lunch in an hour. I sort of, had enough stream, fording streams for the morning. So I'm at a local reservoir. There's a creek. I think the creek upstream has wild brown trout, so maybe that's the afternoon, I'm not sure. I tied on the Nico Helgramite, and we're gonna hit this water for the next 45 minutes or so and see if I can catch a few fish while I'm killing time before lunch. I honestly, I don't remember what kind of fish might be in this creek. It leads to a reservoir, and that's actually where I'm planning on going, but this looked like a nice little section here, so I figured I'd throw the Helgramite in and see if anything, get any action right here off the bat. Well, there's something in there. There's something in there that wants it, so I was thinking, up here could be some nice smallies. Ooh. That's a trout. Those are trout in there. I mean, how cool would this be if I could manage to land a wild brown trout too, and get my first wild brown and first wild brookie in one morning. 2 different bodies of water. Let's see. It's a little bit of an adventure, but I got the Dynamic Lures HD trout tied on. Got my line all tied up in my backpack. It was sort of weird. It got caught in the zipper. Okay, let's see if they want something a little bit more, because they were all over the Helgramite. I thought maybe if I throw in the minnow. Came up and made a swipe at it. There's another one. Come on. They do look like brown trout. Oh. Okay, this is crazy how many trout are in here. It's weird because I'm seeing just so many fish. I just can't get them to trigger. It's literally crazy how many fish I've seen. There's that many brown trout in here. Just makes me wonder, like, what might be in the lake? Okay, so I went and had lunch with my wife. Now I'm back to that same little hole where I saw all the brown trout. We're gonna see, I've got a Panther Martin tied on, a little bit larger one than I was using this morning. And then I'm just gonna fish upstream in this same stream, because now I've just really got the idea that I wanna get a wild brown trout too. So wish me luck. Phone battery's getting a little low, so we'll see how many more clips we have in here. Oh my word. That cannot be a wild trout. This has got to be stocked, even though it's not marked. I knew I saw at least one good one in there. There's no way this is a wild fish. There's no way. For one, I don't think we have wild rainbows in here. Oh my word. Holy crap. Holy crap, is that a big fish? Oh my gosh. I was not expecting anything like that. Oh, I gotta get over here where I can get him in the water without sinking into the mud. Holy moly. Oh, I'm coming. Wow. Look at the size of this thing. Yeah, I'm coming. Look at this fish. Oh my word. Oh. I was not expecting that at all. Wow. I don't know if that was bigger than the one I caught in March or not. It felt like it. It was a heck of a fight. I'm sort of glad I had a little bit heavier rod. But oh my gosh, this is not marked as stock trout water. I don't even know what the name of the stream is, but there's no signs anywhere. There's nothing that says there's anything stocked. So I assume these were all wild browns in here. And remember I said earlier, like, oh, there, I saw a bigger fish. That must have been him. So let's see if we can get anything else to bite in here. There's another one. It looks like another rainbow. Pretty rainbow, like that. So obviously this is stocked. Now dadgummit, okay, you got out. There you go. There you go. You got the hook out of your mouth yourself. Okay, bad side, not a wild brown. Good side, really nice rainbow. Oh, look you there. What we got? Oh, it's a brook trout. No, is that a tiger trout? Oh my gosh, look at this. Is that a tiger? I can't tell if it's tiger or brook. There's a close-up. I don't know if he's a tiger or a brook. He's pretty beat up. But that's a cool catch. Well, with the Panther Martin, this is shaping up to be a pretty awesome stream. Okay, I'm just gonna check. Got this little waterfall back here. Comes out of a pipe though, so. It does have this little pool. Dang GoPro battery failed. There's some little brookies in here. I had one of them hooked. And almost had him landed. So was just going to grab the net. And he got off. Oh. Well, that's my proof at least. I think now I've hooked 3 out of this little pool. So they're little guys, but somebody's still looking. I have another little one. I can't believe there were like 4 or 5 brook trout, wild brook trout in that little hole. So I'm gonna see if I can, I think I found it. I just saw another one. I'm gonna see if I can find a few more holes here to fish on this stream. That's kind of fun. good exercise. Now I want to try to get back down to the creek that I was fishing, see if I can't get a few more to end up the day. Oh, look at that bad boy. Look, now that looks like it's stalked. That looks like a stalker. Okay. Kind of becoming a brook trout kind of day. I wonder if they offer fishing as one of the activities at this camp. Still not seeing any signs. So. There we go. Looks like maybe another rainbow. There you go. Quick release. Next cast. There we go, another one. Oh, that was like 3 casts in a row. Oh, almost had another one. Well, this guy's a fighter. There you go, another one. This is crazy how many fish are in this hole. That one's beautiful. Okay, it looks like he's off. Ready to go. There's another one. These guys are freaking crazy. Okay, I think he's free. Let's let him go. That one followed it all the way back. I feel like there's still a few more to be had. I don't know if I gotta go faster or slower. That might be it. There's still a few more in there, but oh, there's another one. Wow, look at that jump. Oh. Okay, well that one got off. That was worth the fight. We're gonna count that one because I was in the process of landing. You can disagree with me, but it's my video, so. Okay, and just to keep it square, I won't count that one. Oh wow, that was a nice take. That was a nice take. This might be the nicest fish out of that hole. Look at that fish. Oh my gosh. That fish is beautiful. I can't believe that thing was in there after that much time. He's already loose, so I'm going to let him go. Oh. Okay. Oh, I see him. He took off. Counting it. Feel like it's got to be drying up soon. I've got the other side of the bridge though. Okay, that was a crazy hole, and there's still more. They're still up on the other side of the bridge, so I'm going to keep fishing this spot, see if I can't land a few more. That's like the hole where they were all hiding right there. Ooh, there's a big golden rainbow that came out of nowhere. Must have been hiding up under the pool. Just out of curiosity, if I come upstream, is there anybody who's willing to hit? I think at this point I probably caught them all. Ooh, I skipped that one up off the bottom. And after all the fish I caught out of that one spot, there's almost certainly more up here, right? Oh, that was a nice one. Oh my gosh, that was a nice fish. Oh, that was a beautiful fish. I doubt I'll get a shot at him on the way back. It's always nice when you miss a nice fish, and it wasn't the nicest one of the day, but would have liked to have that big rainbow. It was another really nice one. So I got about another half an hour that I can keep fishing, and then I got to make it back. So I'm going to keep moving forward for half an hour. Look how far undercut that is. I don't know if you can really... It's a tough spot to fish, but that probably cuts back at least 4 feet underneath there. So I'm trying to swing a lure. I think they're going to be right over in here. I have to grab the phone out and get a video of it. Oh. You know, that was a pretty successful trip. My phone died, so I'm holding up the GoPro here, so hopefully that all works out well. I don't know, well over a dozen fish, all trout today. We had brook, we had rainbow, we had wild brook, we had stock brook. There might have been a tiger trout in there. I'll have to take a look at it. But hey, it was a good day. So I gotta get out of these wet, dirty clothes and change and go pick up my wife. Tomorrow I might have a fun trip planned. Don't really know where I'm going, but I could be meeting up with somebody. We'll see if that pans out. And with that, that's the end. I'll put the total down here in the corner because I'll have to count this one up. And it was a good day. Somebody's getting a panther martin. Everything was caught on a panther martin today, probably more than one. With that, that's the end of this video. I'll see you next time. Nice little butterflies.
Oh yeah, I think it's going to be a fun one today. Out fishing with Joe from Random Fishing. Appreciate being able to get together with another local YouTuber. And if you haven't checked out his channel, check it out. It's called Random Fishing. I'll link it down below. He catches a lot more fish than I do. That's all there is to it. So I think we're going to have a good one today. Smallmouth is our target. So let's go see if we can make it happen.
Oh yeah.
You would think with all of the rocks and everything that Hellgrammite would be just lighting them up. Anything yet?
No, not even a ball.
I feel like I had one little tap, and that was about it.
Probably all over there up against the bank spawning.
That's what I was thinking. They're probably, most of the big ones might be up in some little flats. Okay, switched over to the Kitech swim bait. Maybe something's keyed into minnows. Joe's over there using worms. He hasn't got anything either. Off to a slow start. Oh, there was something. First hit, first real hit. Did you get something? Oh, really? I haven't caught one of those this year. Oh, there was something. Joe got the first fish, sheep's head. I'm almost thinking about tying on a spinner bait and seeing if there's trout in here. Because that one strike I had, you know, it's sort of like that tap tap, you know, it feels, I just can't believe there's not a ton of fish in this spot. And that's why I'm like, I'm gonna roll through a few baits to see if I can find something that, something's keying on. And when it starts off slow, I tend to like, first really good looking spot, I tend to just work through a bunch of different baits. And if I can't find anything, then I just go back to the one that I think should work and hope I find the fish for a while. Okay, Joe's heading a little bit further down. I'm just sort of in the mindset to, I'm like, this is an amazing looking hole. Of course I say that and Joe has another nice smallie down there. That's a nice one. Rainbow. Whoa. Calm down. Yeah, that's a nice fish. Wasn't planning on trout fishing today, but I had that one bite that sort of felt like a tap tap from a trout. Come here. Come. Oh, he's a strong fish. My gosh, is this a strong fish. And he is mad. He is 100% mad at me. There we go. Nice stalked rainbow. Okay, go back in. I had that one bite. Like I said, it felt like that little tap tap that usually is a trout hitting something that they're just sort of aggravated at. And so I thought that, you know, maybe some stock trout made it in here from somewhere. You know, when I left the house this morning, I didn't think a nice rainbow would be the first fish I'd catch. Well, the fishing is definitely off to a little bit of a slow start. I think Joe's got a drum and a pretty nice smallmouth. I had that one rainbow. So we're going to fish this a little bit more and then see if maybe we'll move on to the next spot. Maybe this will be a day to throw some crawfish plastics. I don't know if I brought any with me though. One more change. See if I have the magma helga. Look like another decent little fish.
I don't know how you can do a fish count, because I could never do it, because I never was able to keep track of what I got.
I basically just have to go back and I look at it when I'm editing. A lot of days I catch 4 or 5, so it's pretty easy to. There's one. I think it's a trout. Nope, it's a bass. Finally got the smallie we're after today. Joe was nice and said, you know, I'm going to fish behind you until you catch one. There we go. Nice one. I caught him on the magma Nico Helgermite. First fish on that, but that's a nice fish.
Boy, this guy does not want to give up. He's not that big either. Oh, come here. Nope. He's not that big either. He's just a fighter. There you go, fish number 2. He was in the shadows too. So I think they're staying out of the sun and they're in the shadows. So maybe we're onto a mini pattern. Second smallie of the day. There he goes. Yeah, it seems like they might be in spawning mode, and like I'm not even getting hits. Oh, he's looking right at me. There's a buck crossing the creek down there where we're heading down. Okay, we're at spot number 3. I'm starting at the top of the hole. I think Joe's starting at the bottom, and we're going to meet in the middle. We'll see if we can catch a few more smallies. The fish might be up shallower than I think they are. Oh! It's sort of surprising because I don't normally think about drum in the creek. That's a nice one too. A little muddy here on the edge. You know what, let's give it a try. This could be a little bit of an adventure. Okay, the slow fishing has continued, so we're going to put a little bit of live worms on the Ned hook. See if we can't land one of these drum on a bait finesse rod. So we'll see how this goes. Yep.
Oh yeah. Pulling.
Yeah, he's pulling a little bit. It's a smaller one. It's not one of the bigger ones, but
It's still fun.
he's definitely, yeah. He's got a couple. He's been through the battle.
Not too bad.
Oop, oop, oop. Ooh, come here. Not too bad, but
Pretty good.
oh, first freshwater drum on bait finesse. Ooh, at least for me. Maybe ever, who knows? I think there's just a little, there we go. Just a little piece that was left. There we go. Probably the heaviest fish of the day. I don't know, that trout gave it a run though. He's a little beat up. He's got a few marks on him. Thanks, buddy. Oh, he's ready to go. Well, that was fun. Yeah, I'll take one more. What the heck? Well, that's what I've been thinking. Like, you know, you've been fishing worm on and off a good bit today, and you really haven't been getting much. Hey, so that's going to wrap up the video. It's a little bit of a slow day, but I want to thank Joe from Random Fishing, showing me around Greene County, Pennsylvania. Thanks, Joe.
No problem.
Haven't checked out his channel, check it out. Again, it's called Random Fishing, and as I promised at the beginning, Joe caught more fish than me. He pretty much always does in his videos. So
It was a tough day though, but we did manage a few.
yeah, we got a few, and we had fun. That's you know, it's just about being out here.
That's all that matters.
Yeah. So with that, that'll be the end of today's video. This is what, day 18 or something like that of the May Fishing Challenge. So I'll put the total down there in the corner. And thanks for watching. I'll see you next time. Bald eagle carrying a fish. Not sure where he's going. This could be a fun one to get back up. That's not too bad, I don't think. Ooh. Oh, nothing like getting straight into the water. Woo! Wow, that was deep. It was a deep spot. Hey there. Today is the start of day 19 of the May Fishing Challenge. It's
almost the end of the last full week basically. And today I'm fishing a spot that Joe from Random Fishing told me about yesterday. After we were wrapping up, he said, hey, there's one more spot you may like. He was actually nice enough even to send me GPS coordinates for where to park, because it's a little off the beaten path. Maybe some trout, maybe some smallmouth. And so basically I brought 2 rods with me today, and we will, I'm going to fish for trout first, and then I'll switch over to smallies. So wish me luck. We've got the Panther Martin again, because it is becoming my most predictable trout catching lure. Ooh. Just about cast that right on. Ooh. Well, there's the first fish. Now, hey, look at the little smallie. Little smallmouth. I expected to find you guys yesterday. There. No skunk today, right off the, cast 3 or something. So it's after sunrise, but before the sun comes up over the hills. So I was hoping to, in case there are trout, sort of get them early. There we go, another little smallie. Come here, buddy. I really didn't want to have to net you, but you were almost making me. There you go. Another little smallie. Okay, go ahead. Oh, he liked me so much he came back and said hi to my feet again. Oh, I think we just had something. Felt like a trout, maybe. Oh, there's another smallie. Ooh. Okay, I definitely just saw a big trout. Golden rainbow. I don't know how deep that water is. I might need to fish this a little bit differently. Honestly, that looked like potentially a giant golden rainbow. Fish it back down. Maybe I'll tie on a swim bait. I have the little bee vibe that has enticed a few trout. Oh, another little smallie. I had a nice follow from a golden rainbow. I'm sure that showed up. I think it was the same fish. Swim bait is definitely getting a little bit of interest. A little excited there for a second. It's right about the spot that a fish would have potentially jumped on it, just because it was getting close to the shallows. Another little smallie. Any more if there's smallies around, there's potentially smallies around. I start with the Nico Helgramite. I tell you what, that golden rainbow, A, it looks like a pretty good sized fish, but B, he's got to be hungry, because he just followed my Helgramite. Actually, the Helgramite wasn't getting anything. We're going to switch to Z-Man TRD Crawl. I swear that golden rainbow took a look at that too. Oh. Oh, I was just thinking that pretty much every bite had come on a moving bait until just now. Well, that's interesting. It's starting to rain. I didn't think it was supposed to rain until later today, like late today, so I think this will pass quickly. There we go. There we go. Daggone, it's about time. I'll tell you what, and he didn't hit it very hard either. Another good fighting fish. There we go. That's a pretty good fish. Pretty good fish. Oh. Honestly, after the first couple hits I had, I wouldn't have thought that it was that big of a fish. Got a little sore on his side there. Nice thick fish. Good fighter. Thank you, buddy. It's heading right back over there. So yesterday, the smallies that I caught and the bites that I had were primarily either on the magma, which is sort of a craw-colored hellgrammite, or this little TRD craw. So these fish right now are really keyed into crayfish, crawdads, I think. Oh, there's a little guy. Oh, he was so. It's funny, he wasn't much bigger than the bait. Oh, that was funny. This is the Ryuki Spearhead. I think it's the 35S. I think you always tie on a bait expecting to catch fish, right? Otherwise, why would you tie it on? But I guess I was sort of like kind of thinking like, well, maybe I'll pick up a couple real quick with this. Felt like the right thing. Once again, I thought maybe I'd hooked up to that golden rainbow. It was right about the right spot. I think I'll be able to see him though if I get him to bite. It looked like he charged out way out to take a look at that. I wonder if I just give it a reel instead of a twitch. I feel like I'm close because he's taken probably 4 looks at this thing. Oh, I thought I had him. I just had bottom instead. Wow, I'm really surprised there wasn't something right there. Oh, maybe there was. So far it's a lot like yesterday, and that fishing has been tough. And after back-to-back really long days of fishing, not that I'm complaining. I'm not spending all day. Tell you what, this slower water really hasn't held, or at least there's nothing interested in feeding right now. It's hit a couple spots where I had a little bit of activity. It's amazing all the debris that gets washed into these rural creeks. I mean, creeks in general, right? Urban creeks, same thing. No, he's not as big as I was hoping for, but it's another smallie. I think this was, I don't know if it's the one, but it's the same spot where I had a couple taps before. So I wanted to try to give it another go. Oh. There we go, smallie number 2. well, decent smallie number 2. I don't want to discount the other couple little ones. Fat little guy. Like I said, I don't know if it's the same one or not. That just seems like a great spot that should hold a few fish. Maybe since we got one, maybe we got the other ones on alert. Maybe we'll get lucky and find a second one in there with them. Maybe that was a little male. Maybe there's a big female in there. Wouldn't that be awesome? Well, I wouldn't exactly say the fishing has been slow today, but the bites have been real tentative. A couple of those little ones hit it pretty good, so you know they've made it sort of fun. I got one decent smallie, one okay smallie. So right now I'm trying to find my other rod because I left it on the stream. I'm going to tie on a larger Panther Martin, very similar to the one that I caught a large rainbow on in this water system yesterday, and we're going to fairly quickly fish this lower run that I was in, and then go back up to the pool where I know there's a few sizable trout, and just give them one more shot before I call it a day. I think it's another little smallie. That's okay. It's another fish. And he's a pretty good fighter. Come here, buddy. Oh, he's a fat little guy. Well, I was hoping to upsize by going to a little bit bigger Panther Martin, but ideally more of an upsize than that. Okay, I'm starting to hear maybe some rumbles of thunder out in the distance. So I'll fish that upper pool and that'll be it. Another little guy. Come here. Come on, dude. There we go. Little guy. Yeah, it's always like working that balance between I know there are fish in a pool, but I really haven't been able to get them to do much. I know there's weather coming. So how much do I want to focus on just getting to where I know there are fish that may not be actively feeding versus fishing my way to them and maybe catching some other really nice surprise, you know? I typically opt for fishing almost the entire stretch of water, looking for maybe the extra fish. It was moving along nice, and all of a sudden I felt a little bump, and oh. Come on. Dadgummit. I think that's my last one of these too. Okay, this is the downside of trying to fish the whole way up, is that you might lose the last of the lure that you have that you want to use to try to catch the one fish you're after. Okay, well, no last shot at the trout in that one deep pool. That was it today. What did we catch? I think we caught 5, maybe 6. I don't know. I'll put the total right down here. You know, this is one of the benefits of just making friends and getting to know people, right? I would have never known about this spot. And although the smallmouth bite is tough right now, I can see that this is a really amazing location, and I will be back here at some point. If I hadn't reached out to get to know Joe a little bit, you know, this would have never happened. And I think we're always looking for the easy answer. I see so many people posting in Facebook groups and stuff to say, hey, where'd you catch that? Almost like they really want almost like Joe gave me, the GPS coordinates, right? Tell me exactly where to fish. You know, build the relationships, get to know people, have some fun. Maybe they'll pay off with a nice little spot that's pretty secluded. You can tell that a few people fish here, but I've barely seen anybody the whole time that I'm here, and it's been nice. I've been able to just leave a rod on the side of the stream. So with that wraps up day 19 of the May Fishing Challenge. It's been a heck of a lot of fun. Have a rough idea what I'm doing tomorrow, and I know what I'm doing on the 31st for the last day of it. So thanks again for watching, and I'll see you tomorrow. Every time I see shale like this, makes me want to just look through a little bit, see if I can find any fossils. Hey, how's it going? It is day 20 of the May Fishing Challenge. It's a Friday afternoon. I thought it was going to rain all day, but it's actually, the skies have opened up and it looks nice. So I'm hitting the local lake. Got the donkey tail junior, and let's see if we can catch some panfish or bass. I might have had a little bite there on that first cast. Reel was still set for a heavier lure, so it wasn't a very long cast. But well, there we go. Nice little bass. Oop. Think about using these small lures. Sometimes they're a little tough to. That's crazy. Oh, that's stuck in there. Come here, buddy. There he goes, finally loose. First fish. Here's what I thought we'd catch more of today. Ooh, is that a green sunfish? That's a green sunfish. I didn't even know they were in here. I think it's the first green sunfish we've caught this month, this year even. Where'd that get caught? But I'll tell you what, these better reels, they usually don't get completely blown up. Ooh, don't fall in. Another little bass. This trip was kind of crazy because I caught two right off the bat, and then I don't know, I started trying to get a little bit more out of the reel and was fighting backlashes and snags the rest of the afternoon. So hey, you know, it's still nice to be out here. I'm glad the rain had stopped. Not sure what that was. Like the more I tighten it up, the more it backlashes.
No, come on. Well, you know, I really thought I was going to catch more today. It's been a little bit of a frustrating day. I can find some fish, but I can't really get them to hit much. So that's going to be the end of this one. This is the end of day 20. Caught my first green sunfish of the year, which was awesome. But I think there was only 4 fish today. So I'll put the total down there in the corner like normal. I got something planned for Tuesday the 31st, and then we'll wrap up the May Fishing Challenge. So with that, thanks for watching, and I'll see you next time. I guess I was bleeding a little bit because there's a little bit of a puddle there where I was standing for a few minutes. Hey, fishing's not easy sometimes. Hey there, and welcome to day 21. It's the last day of May, day 21 of the May Fishing Challenge. I said I had something planned. It wasn't a spot where I thought like, oh, hey, I could catch a ton of fish. It's actually, I am at the spot where I grew up fishing. You know, this is where I fell in love with being on the water and catching fish. You know, it's a hot day. It's close to 90 degrees already. It's right around noon. So the goal today is hopefully I can catch a catfish on the spinning rod. Hopefully I can catch a bluegill or 2. Hopefully I can catch a bass or 2. That's really what the goal is today. And I do have the spinning rod, and I'll be using that on the bottom. I think I have almost a 1 ounce weight on it. There's a little bit of current in this spot, but basically we're going to get right into it and see what we can do. I know there are some panfish that hang in close here. There we go. Ooh, looky there. That is a long ear sunfish. Or no, red breast. I think that's a red breast. Red breast or long ear. I don't know. Eventually we're probably going to use something like that for bait. Oh, sorry buddy. He's gone. Another little guy. You know, I think we're actually going to switch him over to bait right now. So I'm going to take a couple more casts here. It is a little windy today, so again, on this particular rod with really light weight. And this is a 1/64 ounce jig head with a little, what's this called? It's from Mule Fishing. Now I'm fishing downwind, so that's good. The wind switched on me, it seems like, so I can fish this one other spot that I'm trying to get to real close. Caught those 2 real fast, and I've had pretty much nothing since. Horsefly, that's what this is called, horsefly. Okay, we're going to switch over to bass fishing. Probably smallmouth, but there are largemouth in this area too. We're just going to use the TRD crawl, mainly because it's already on here. I'll switch over to something else if I need to. I don't know if you can see, probably can. There's a log right here in the water in front of me, so I do have to be careful of that. This is a sandbar that flows out here, so it's sort of deep on the right side, somewhat deep on the left, and then really deep, probably 30 feet out. Okay. The bluegill is trying to get away from something. So it seems to me that usually when I'm using larger bait, that, you know, they pull a little bit when you first throw them out, and then they wait, and they just sort of, you know, they're sort of pinned in place. They don't really struggle much. They just sort of lay there until something shows up, and then they'll start kicking again. It's always a little bit of a challenge. So, like, well, do I keep fishing? Maybe I'll fish over on this other side for now. Okay, well, I don't seem to be into the Ned. You know, part of me says, well, I know this is how I grew up fishing. I don't know, it's my attention span shorter, whatever, to sit here and just wait on a fish to decide to bite. I'd much rather be actively fishing these days. At the same point, that's a big bait, and probably whatever takes it will be pretty fun to catch. Tell you what, on a 90-degree day, the breeze feels nice, but it really makes it tough to fish finesse stuff. Let the current moving the way it is, I'm just sort of really, oh, there we go. Oh, he got off. Dadgummit. I just sort of slow rolling the swim bait, and we had the first one. That was a smallmouth, little guy, nothing big. Switch back to night crawlers on the deep rod. Oop, oop, there's something. I missed him. Dadgummit. Oh, jeez, there's something else already. Like I think I had time to settle down. Okay, maybe I just need to sit down and focus on catching a catfish, and then I'll focus on catching a bass. Maybe it's the old, you know, try to focus on too many things. Nothing really gets done right. Missed him again. Obviously my timing is way off. Now, growing up fishing down here, it was pretty much all bait. Maybe would have thrown a little Mr. Twister or Rapala, Shad Rap. Never would have thrown anything like this. And honestly, as far as I can tell, geez. Man, these are some wicked hits. It's like no warning. It's just boom. I got something, but you know, it's small. It might be a little catfish. Stay on, stay on. It might be a little catfish. It's a little catfish. Okay, well, we got the catfish. He's not a big one. Actually, I'm so used to the finesse stuff, I was going to take him all the way around, but okay, so one little catfish. Now we can focus on another species for the month. Now, in my mind, now I'll just focus on, I gotta catch the bass. It's not about numbers, it's about catching all the species I wanted to catch today. I've got like another 45 minutes. I was planning on fishing down here. So let's see what we can do. Okay, so I'm not a big crankbait fisherman in general, so I didn't have a lot packed. And so the decision I had to make was go large or go small. And I decided to go with the smaller great hunting GH46. Hopefully it does the trick. Oh. Like I said, I don't know if that was bottom or if that was there we go. That may not be a smallie though. That's a hybrid striper or a white bass. Where's the net? Where's the net? Okay, I didn't say what kind of bass, did I? I didn't say smallmouth. I just said bass. I just said bass, so oh, this guy was not getting off. Ooh, 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 come here. Oh man, at least he's a small fish. Damn you, come here. Yeah, you got me bleeding now. Not sure who got the worst out of that one, but okay. Put that guy back. I'm pretty sure that could be a hybrid striper with the broken lines there. I'm not sure. There's a time in my life where probably would have been no doubt whether that was a white bass or a hybrid striper. Ooh, look at it. We're getting towards the end of that one. This thing casts a mile, both the rod and the lure. I was really hoping I'd get into a handful of those bass. I'd still really like to get a smallie. Hey, there we go. There's the smallie. There's the smallie. Oh, you guys are determined for me to get the worst of all this. And I tell you what, these hooks penetrate. These hooks really penetrate. Okay, Ohio River smallie. I don't think I mentioned that. I'm fishing the Ohio River. That's where I grew up. I'm down in West Virginia today. I got about another 15 minutes. There we go. Got something. What did we get there? It's running like a smallie. Running like a smallie. Okay, he got off. He got off and he took off. Oh, no, no, no. No, come on. Now this is like, what is this, a $15 lure? I really don't want to lose it. So guess what? We're getting in. Oh. Whew. You know, it kind of feels nice on this cold day, or on this hot day. The water's a little cold, but really wasn't the intent to get in the water today. There we go. Didn't have anything on specifically for that. Ow, 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 ow. Typically we walk down around the other way. Okay, I'm gonna stand here. I'm gonna fish until my feet dry off. That's gonna be it. And you know what? My foot's bleeding too. This has just been a heck of a day. I knew I stepped on something when I was in the water. Maybe a few more casts, because I didn't catch anything up this way, and I feel like there should be some up here. Because I got more debris coming too. There we go. Look at that, best smallie of the day. Where's the net? Where's the net? Ugh. I mean, he's not big, but he's the best one of the day. There we go, another smallie. Sort of small, but man, is he pretty. They put up a fun fight. There you go, buddy. Okay, I think with that, we're gonna call it a day. I think that's 7 fish, which is real close to what I caught on average. You know, for anybody who might have been thinking, oh, he's gonna do something to catch a ton of fish and change the numbers at the end of the trip. No, I just really wanted to come back and do what, pretty close to what got me started. I fish a different style of fishing now, but this is where it all started, and honestly I caught most of the fish that I normally would have caught here, short of a carp. You know, the stuff that we always caught were catfish, bluegill, smallmouth bass, and hybrid stripers. And so that might have been a white bass, but it was small. With that, I'll put the total and the grand total. This is it. This is the end of the May Fishing Challenge. For those of you who have watched pretty much all of it, I really appreciate it. Some of you guys have been with it from the beginning and have commented almost every video. It's helped me along. The fishing isn't the hard part. It's been getting the videos done. I'll do a wrap-up video, talk about who won. Till next time, thanks for watching, and I'll see you on the water.